jump as soon as you hit grid. Last jump for the scouting party. Then we gotta scout the wormhole.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Welcome. Whoa. Let's go! Yeah! Hold. Hold. All right, here's the plan. We're going to try to burn out of this thing as fast as we can. Come on! Yes! Oh! We made it, everybody. We made it. Oh, shit! Let's go! Ha ha ha! Perfect. All right, and the DSC's on the way. We made it. Boojum. As soon as I hit grid, I'll let you know. You can work to me. Boojum. Boojum. Not and Boojum, but Boojum. That was fun. That was really fun.
Good morning, good evening, welcome back everyone to the Boojum-Verse. Today, we have a lot to cover. As you can see, today is our wormhole tutorial day. How to survive in J-Space. Also that next weekend, on the 28th and 29th, everyone can join our Nomad fleet through Anoikis as we fly together through the void, praising Bob, looking at all of the wonders that J-Space has to offer. So, got a lot to get through, from UI all the way down to PvP and how we interact with other children of the chain as we fly through J-Space. I hope you've brought a lot of your questions and a lot of your inputs as well, because while we have been flying through J-Space for what feels like a good amount of time, it really hasn't been that long. It's only been four months or so, maybe a little bit more, that we've been flying through J-Space, which means we still are learning a ton. We have a lot to learn. So, would love to see your inputs as we go through today's learning experience on Anoikis together. Welcome to the Boojum-Verse. Welcome to J-Space. Hashtag praise in the chat on Twitch, and hashtag Bob in the chat on YouTube for our first giveaways.
All right. All right, all right, all right. So, man, we have a lot to cover today for our tutorial, don't we? Today, the JSpace Wormhole Days Survival Guide to Anoikis. Hashtag what? That's right. Hashtag praise and hashtag Bob. Hashtag praise on Twitch. Hashtag Bob on YouTube for our very first giveaways. Joe Loss, what is happening? Welcome, Mighty Yogi. Good to see you here. Ooh, and Ogomu as well. 07s to everybody. What is going on at Praise, right? Wowerism, what is happening? Welcome on YouTube as well. Glad everybody is checking in here. I'm sure a lot of the stuff that we're going to be talking about today as we cover all of these different items are going to be things that you all probably know and can actually help me explain either better or correct me where I'm wrong. So I'm glad you guys are all here. By the way, everybody who's here, Wave, say hello to YouTube. Planning on making this into a fully edited YouTube video. A survival guide to JSpace, if you will. I know that I would have loved to have had something myself kind of all consolidated on in one place for me, but are we still day tripping in JSpace? Absolutely not, Joe. Absolutely not. We have become one with JSpace. Anoikis and the Boojum have become one. We are nomading through all of JSpace. All systems are ours. They all are our home. That's right. And we're absolutely loving it. Absolutely. The nomad lifestyle in Anoikis is, I think, one of the best ways to enjoy New Eden. And truly, it doesn't have to be just JSpace. It could be anywhere. I guess if we had to say that we had a home, which really we definitely don't. We used to live in Thera for some time, and then our nomad armada set out, and we have not returned to any station through it's been about 4.5 months now, something like that. It's been a long time. No base, that's right, no base. Now, that being said, we will be anchoring quite a few free ports in JSpace, all with the intention of spreading the word of Bob, which should be very exciting. I'm happy to do that. They're probably going to get blown up very quickly, but we will be spreading the word of Bob. I'm also very excited to announce that the Children of the Chain Alliance is official. We have created our alliance, so if you would like to bring your corporations and join the Children of the Chain as we unite all of JSpace, all of Anoikis under one alliance, that someday we may usher in the new age of Bob, and that the wormholers will set forth back into known space to burn down the Stargates, burn down their structures, destroy the laws and rules that they find so dear, and bring forth the chaos of wormhole space, the chaos, the impermanence of the chain. You too can join the Children of the Chain Alliance. It's going to be amazing. It is going to be amazing. A new age of Bob, yes. But before that, you're in? Yes, Wowerism, yes. You could be the first member to join our alliance. The Children of the Chain Alliance. Hashtag praise is right. Ogomu, hashtag praise. What J number do we live in? We don't have a J number, Rossi. We have all J numbers as we make our way nomadically through all of JSpace. We do not tie ourselves to a single J number. No, no. The Alliance shall be impermanent, just like the wormholes. We shall pass our way through all of them. It's going to be amazing. Lucky bastard, what is going on? The Herald of Bob is of Bob with Bob. That's right, Bob. Bob is everywhere. Praise Bob. Praise Bob. All right, so Guys, we got a lot to talk about. We have a lot to talk about. We're going to start off the day with an overview of UI and HUD, and really this is kind of how I have found UI to be helpful to me, specifically in Wormhole space, right? We're going to talk about scanning, the best techniques that I have found to scan down anomalies with our little probes. We'll talk about descanning and my techniques for that. Now, I am in no way a proficient scout. I am a familiar scout. I can use descan okay, but if anybody has any better techniques, I would love to hear them. We're okay at descanning. We get kills every now and then. We're going to talk about forging the chain. What do I mean by that? What I mean is, once you've scanned down a wormhole, how do we now go about flying through them, following along through multiple wormholes? How do we not get trapped in a wormhole we don't want to be in? What is polarization? How do we identify wormholes? Things like that. Safety and shadows. We're going to talk about how to build safe spots, how to utilize your cloaking device to the best possible way. If you're flying through a Noikus, highly recommend you bring a cloaking device. It doesn't have to be covert ops, although covert ops is very, very useful. We're going to talk about the gifts of Bob. What is there to do in J-Space? What gifts does Bob have to offer us, the children of the chain, as we make our way through the void? We're going to talk about a nomad's home. And what do I mean by that? I mean, how do we nomadically find our way through wormhole space and enjoy not having a home, if that kind of makes sense. And then finally, when I say the children of the chain, we're going to talk about how do we interact with other capsuleers that we find out in J-Space, that we find out in Anoikis, either via PvP, escape, whimsy, spreading the word, Bob, things like that. So it's going to be a full day. It's going to be amazing, amazing. Rook with the $12.18 to the Wounded Warrior Project. Let's go. Now we're up to $186.66. Classic, classic. Let's go, Rook. Hell yes, hell yes. Want all the whimsy approach? Yes, exactly. Sounds like a cult to me. You would... This coming from the Mad Rambo. Shout out to the Mad Rambo. The cult of Sassage. The cult of Sassage leader themselves. Chris, what is going on? Welcome, Chris. Haven't played for a long while. Used to never leave wormhole space when you were in Signal Cartel. Exactly was your safe space. Dude, that's exactly how we feel about J space as well. I have been recently, what we have been doing is we found some nice wormholes that have a wonderful little nullsec static. And we've been enjoying little nullsec roams as of late from J space. And I gotta say, being in known space, being tied down to stargates and stations, makes me very uncomfortable. I don't like it. I don't like high sec. I don't like low sec or null sec. I don't like people knowing that I'm in a system. Local. Don't like local. J space. J space is truly where this game, I think, really becomes something of its own. It's amazing. Something as simple as not being on local. Man. All holes consume us, whether it be our voids inside, the empty vessels after a night out, or Bob. Well, what Bob requires, Bob returns in kind. That's true, Rook. That is true. Praise Bob. By the way, for this first giveaway, hashtag praise here on Twitch, and for you guys on YouTube, hashtag Bob. Hashtag praise, hashtag Bob. Oh, man. Well, what do you say we roll these giveaways, huh? In-game abuse Thelera. Ah, okay. Far out. Your in-game name is, or your corporation, Wowerism? Let's jump in. Let's jump in. Is Signal Cartel still keeping people safe and doing active rescues from... They sure are. They absolutely are, Chris. Spectacularly so. One of my very first experiences in J-Space was asking Signal Cartel to come and rescue us. It was amazing. Anoikis. Signal Cartel's amazing. We're actually making a video on Signal Cartel. We need to get some time to put into that at some point in the future. Keep on working with Katya and the rest of the team. In fact, speaking of Signal Cartel, let's see. Yep, there's an Eve Scout Rescue cache right here. I think Signal Cartel is up to like 97% of J-Space populated with the Eve Scout Rescue caches, which is very impressive. Very, very impressive. Okay. Now then, let's get our little guide back up here so I can just throw it on the side. There we go. Perfect. Okay. Tommy, what is going on? Welcome. Tommy Second Space. I like that name. That's pretty cool. Yeah, thank you for Signal Cartel. Absolutely. Okay. Before we jump in here and start really delving into the tutorials, I say we do our giveaways real quick. Classic. And once those are done, we can really focus our efforts on this tutorial. It's going to be a lot of talking today, not a lot of flying around and actually, like, doing of content other than to demonstrate things as we kind of get through this tutorial. So let's go ahead and roll these two things. Let's roll. We're going to roll it on the Twitch first. But I need my station spinning. That's right. We just spin wormholes now, right? I mean, look at that. Look how well they spin. Oh, man. Perfect. See if anybody jumps out of this little nullsec connection here. We almost got an Ishtar last night. We'll tell a quick story before we roll this giveaway. So this is a weird one. I've been sitting in this wormhole for a couple of days now, kind of getting prepped up and ready for today's tutorial event. And this nullsec static I have seen move around a couple of times, and strangely, it hit right next to a system that was not far from one that I had been roaming on a couple of days prior. So when we came out of this wormhole last night, as we were getting all set up for this, we were out sort of in the far, like, northwest region of nullsec. I'll show you guys on the map where we were. We were like way up over here by Cloud Ring, or the outer ring up here. And there was an Ishtar that barely got off grid right before we showed up, and got docked up. And the little corporation that we were hunting out there, man, they were not happy that there was an open wormhole in their system, and they got a whole bunch of ships to go and roll that wormhole down as quickly as they could. It was pretty funny to watch. All for our one little Tengu that came out of it. Oh, man. Abuse Thalera. What is going on? Wowerism's here. Yes, love that. Welcome. Dude, and thank you for the follow. Hell yes. Let's go. Yeah, and then a couple of days prior to that, we found ourselves way down. Where were we? We were down over here. Way over here in period bases. I think we were like in one of these dead end, like it was like this system. Somewhere down here is where our little nullsec connection brought us. And we got a little venture, or a Vexor kill for somebody not paying attention while they were ratting. Good times. And then we got to watch everybody try to hunt us down for quite some time before we disappeared back into Anoikis. Okay, let's roll these giveaways. Here we go. We're going to roll it on the Twitch first, and then we're going to roll it on YouTube. Let's see, we've got some wonderful containers, courtesy of Adia Rose themselves, courtesy of Rook, to give away here. And I think because as is tradition, because we got a wonderful donation to the Wounded Warrior Project by Rook. Thank you again for that. We'll roll this one a couple of times. Look at all these giveaway boxes we have. We'll roll it twice on both Twitch and on YouTube. Yes. Here we go. Let's go. Nucky T with the first win. Let's go. Let's go. Pavel, what is going on? Welcome, welcome. Don't forget, guys, if you don't win here on Twitch, you can jump over to the YouTube really fast. Try to secure yourself a win there as well. Nucky. Remind me of what your in-game name is. Congratulations. I'm going to send you one of these wonderful, wonderful giveaway containers. If assuming, of course, that they are still here and not completely AFK. Or, hey, they got their audio off. That could be okay, too. Nucky. Otherwise, we'll need to get a little reroll. Nosy, what's going on? Welcome, welcome. I'm looking forward to today's... By the way, we've got... we had that whole list of things that we're going to be covering on today's tutorial. What else would you guys like to see? Are there things that I am missing for what we're going to be covering in today's tutorial? No, reroll. What's going on? Let's send this your way. Phoebe Anka. Nice, nice. Let's see. Let's do... Do you want a Catalyst, a Coercer, a Cormorant, or a Thrasher? We're going to re-roll this again. Double rolls on Twitch and YouTube because we got that giveaway or the donation. Hell yes. The Thrasher. Okay. The Thrasher, it is... Dude, for some reason, I don't know why, our like screen sizes have been resetting constantly. It's been super, super annoying. Phobianka. Yes. Alrighty. That one's on its way. That one is on its way. Okay, let's re-roll it. Roll again. I think the Cormorants are amazing. As well. Will Jonesy? Dude, I feel like it's been a long time since you've won. Congratulations. Let's go. Hell yes. Love, love, love that. Congratulations. Doesn't it seem like it's been a while? I feel like it's been a while. Will, what would you like? Caddy, Coercer, Cormorant, Thrasher. I like this song. That's a good one. Thrasher, please, and thank you. Man, you guys love the Thrasher so much. It is a pretty cool ship, though. It is a pretty cool ship. I personally don't fly it because I'm not skillful enough to do that, but it does look cool. It does look cool. It is the meta and the best, isn't it? Yes. As long as... I mean, the true meta, of course, is that it looks cool. So as long as that is how it... As long as that's going well, then everything's fine. Okay, well, that's it for our giveaways on Twitch. Let's do it twice more on YouTube really fast, and then we'll jump into this tutorial. And you guys can remind me if there's anything in particular that you would like me to add as well. We'll have to see what things we should add to our tutorial list. What questions you guys actually have. Hashtag Bob on YouTube. Hashtag Bob on YouTube. Last call, and we're going to roll this thing twice. I think the Cormorant is amazing. A little less fangy. That's true. That's true, Rook. A little less fangy. I love the Cormorant. It looks like a weird centipede, in my opinion. A cute little centipede flying around with hybrid turrets, and I love that. Okay. Let's roll it. Good luck, you 6. Good luck. A cornucopia of murder cubes. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. James Perry with the first win. James Perry. Congratulations. Congratulations. I will pose the same question, of course, to you. What would you like? Caddy, Coercer, Cormorant. We've got one Thrasher left. Or a skin. We don't have any... Oh, wait. Do we have any of the medium miasma skins? I believe the answer is no. I do believe the answer is no. A random skin would do. All right. Far out. Far out. Well, then, in that... Oh, we've also got these Vindicator blueprints we got to give away. That's also true. That's also true. And... What else do we have? There was something else we had to give away as well. Oh, we do have some Cyclone Fleet Media Miasma skins. Yes, yes. We'll give one of these to you. How about that? Ah, yes. Ah, yes. Perfect. Send that on its way. Love that. Classic Bool. Bool Tech. All right, let's roll this thing again. One more time. Ah, nice. Good stuff. Good stuff. All right. Adia, what would you like for your win today? Cyclone Fleet Media Miasma. Random skin. One of your own gift boxes. Ooh, a Navy Cormorant. Add 1 mil and reroll. Oh, add 100 mil and reroll. Easy day. Can do. Wower Sim. Wowers Ism. Nailed it. Absolutely nailed it. Let's go. All right, all right, all right. Cool. Yeah. By the way, I don't know if you guys... Does anybody here read the EVE online like newsletter? What is it called? I forget what the name of their newsletter is. It's pretty sweet though. 150 million. Well, we'll do 150 million then. I assume that was you, Adia, throwing us a 150. Yes. We'll add that to Wower's little giveaway here. Wower, what would you like? A loot container plus 150 million-esque? Or a skin? But yeah, on the EVE newsletter that they sent out, they had our channel. They featured us. It was amazing. They had our Tengu Winter Nexus fit video that we threw on YouTube, which is pretty sweet. A loot container. Cool. A loot container? Is that what you want, Wowerism? In which case, if you do want a loot container, you'll have to let me know what you want. A Catalyst, a Coercer, a Cormorant, or the Last Thrasher. A Coercer. Oh, okay. Far out. Nice. We'll send that your way. And what is your in-game name? It's not Wowerism. It's something else. It's something else. Ah, Abuse. Oh, that's right. That's your in-game name. You just told me that. But also, it's your Twitch name, which is perfect. Let's see. Abuse Villere. Aha, yes. Let's see. Abuse the Lere. That looks like you. Wonderful. Next. Yes. And we're going to pay you 150 million ISK. Because Adia Rose says so. Oh, yeah. Deja vu, right? Okay, there we go. On its way. Done and done. Love that. Woot, woot, loot. That's right. That's right. All right, so. Let's jump into these tutorials. Make sure we haven't missed anything first. Okay. Now then, of all these things that we're planning on going through today, is there anything that you all think, especially for those of you who are experienced J-Spacers, we should add to this list? Anything you think that we should add to this list that you know are sort of like common questions? These were the things that I really wanted answers to when I first started playing EVE Online. But I'm sure there's other things. Fits? That's a good... I think that may be a good separate day. A good separate day, Yogi. We will talk about some of the things that you want in your fits, like cloaking devices, things like that a little bit. What chips work well together? Fleet comps. Yeah, we're gonna do that as a full... I think that's gonna be another vid. A full vid. We're making a full video on how to create a nomad fleet, be it from one ship to many ships, and how that kind of works. So the nomading of ships, stuff like that, I think will be a different one. This is more of like a survival guide to J-Space. Mapping tools. Yes, we're gonna talk about that in Forging of the Chain. That's a good one, Tommy. That's a good one. We will bring up some mapping tools for sure. That's a good one. Difference between cloaking devices. Okay, yep. We'll talk about that in Safety and Shadows. By the way, Tommy and Pavel, remind me when we get to those sections if I don't talk specifically about what you want to talk about. We'll make sure we do that. Anything else that you guys can think of that we're missing here? And as things come up, obviously, we can ask questions. Feel free to ask questions, provide inputs as we go, and we'll begin that way. All right, throw this back up here. Hole sizes and mass. We are going to talk about that, Key. We definitely are going to talk about that. We may talk a little bit about rolling wormholes. I'm probably not going to go super in-depth on that one because I don't have a lot of experience. I mean, I've rolled many a wormhole, but I don't have a ton of experience on getting the math exactly right. I know what ships are generally good for, but we will talk about how your props affect your mass of your ship and how that can affect wormholes. Probably not going to go super in-depth into like each individual wormhole class, mass, and how you'd actually, roll a hole. But we will touch on it a little bit. That would be another good video too, I think. Okay, so as we are considering J-Space, as we are jumping in here, let's first talk a little bit about what J-Space is. Why do we call it J-Space? Some people will call it W-Space for wormhole space. What is it? Why is it? How is it? Why is it so mysterious? Feared, even. Let's do a quick overview on wormholes. All right, so here we have in front of us a wonderful little wormhole. A wonderful little wormhole. This one happens to go to nullsec. Now, wormholes show up in pretty much all systems across New Eden, and they can connect you from one location to another location. Some wormholes will lead from known space, anywhere that you're probably used to out in New Eden. any of these systems here on the galaxy map. We call this known space. These are all the named systems. Jita's out there. You got Amar, Dodixie, Heck. You know, all of your Empire space, all of your high sec, low sec, and null sec. We call that known space. Across all of these systems, wormholes can appear. And those wormholes can lead to any other system in known space, including Pochvin, or they can lead to wormhole space, which we call commonly J space or W space. I think most people probably call it J space. The reason we call it J space is because when you're in a wormhole, like we are right now, you can see up in the top corner here for your system name, your current solar system has a J number. So we are sitting in J213423. It's always J followed by 6 numbers. How do you know what class of wormhole you're in? We'll get to that in a little bit, but if you're ever curious, you jump into a wormhole, you don't know what class it is, you can always go to your system info, and under the region, it'll say a letter followed by a number identifier. Number identifier, don't worry about that, doesn't really matter. But the letter at the beginning, the alphanumeric, in this case C, is an indicator of the class of the wormhole. So A would be a class 1, B would be a class 2, C, like in this case, is a class 3 wormhole, all the way up to a class 6 wormhole. There's some other classes as well, which we'll talk about in a little bit, but for now, we're just going to give a quick overview. Okay, so what are the big differences between J space and K space? Well, in known space, you always appear on local. So the list of players that are in a system will show up in your local chat window. All the names will be there. As opposed to in wormhole space, there is no local. You can see there are no names here, even though I know that there's at least 4 capsuleers in this wormhole, including myself. At least 4, but none of them are here. They will show up if you type into local and say anything. Once you've typed into local, hit enter, your name will show up right here. So for example, if I type in Praise Bob here in local, you can see our name has just appeared. My goodness. And in fact, if I go to one of my other characters, you can also see, oh, there they are, the Boojum. Can right click on them just like you would in K-Space, get all their information, things like that. So very typically in J-Space, you want to remain anonymous, remain hidden. And so oftentimes people will avoid typing in local so that their name doesn't show up here like that. Ooh, and in fact, we announced our presence here to somebody who's in our little wormhole. We'll have to say hello to them. That a new signature just showed up. I'm sure you saw it. We'll talk about this on our UI and overview a second ago, but there was a new cosmic signature that appeared here. It was kind of blinking orange. Very likely that is because a wormhole opened up here, and somebody has flown through and is now scanning around, which is amazing. Let's send them a little info on the Book of Bob, shall we? We'll just drop that over into our Boojum chat if we can. Let's see, copy. Oh, that's our Discord. That's not what we want. Oh, I know what we'll do. There we go. Praise Bob. We'll give him the Book of Bob too. Okay, now then. What were we talking about? Oh, yes. So, The interesting thing about wormholes is that here in J-Space, rather I should say, the interesting thing about wormholes is that they only last for 24 hours. So each wormhole, once it appears approximately 24 hours later, it will collapse and disappear. That's just the lifespan of all wormholes, right? How do you know if it's going to collapse or not? We'll talk about that more in a little bit when we talk about seeing through wormholes and understanding what they look like visually, because you can tell how long a wormhole has left, how stable the wormhole is, where it's going, and what size ships can go through it, all just by looking at it like we are right now. But if you are to take a look at the information window on each of these wormholes, you'll also get a lot of that information. So in this case, it says, this wormhole is beginning to decay and probably won't last another day. That means that this is a quote-unquote fresh wormhole. It has spawned an indeterminate number of hours later. I happen to know this one spawned about, I believe it was 6 hours ago, because I watched it spawn. Maybe a little bit more than that. Might be 7 hours, 7 or 8 hours now. And so this is what we call a fresh wormhole. 24 hours is about how long it takes. Once this says it is approaching its end of life, we call that an end of life or EOL wormhole. It means it's going to be collapsing sometime between right now and the next 4 hours. We'll talk more about that later. And then we'll talk about our mass and all that kind of stuff. How do you get your prize? You should be able to see it as a contract that shows up here. I would just go to your contracts and you should see it there in game. Contracts. There we go. Let me know if you don't get it. Abuse Thalera is where we sent it. Okay. Now, like I said, guys, feel free to jump in and ask any questions that you have while we're going through this. So that's sort of a big update, an overview on all of kind of J-Space writ large. There are 6 classes of wormholes, 1 through 6. There's actually more than that. There are 6 main classes of wormholes. There's also what we call C13 wormholes, which are very specifically a very small wormhole. It's a small shattered wormhole that will only allow frigates and destroyers or small mass ships through them. Those are pretty fun. They've got usually a Wolf Riot effect in there, which we'll talk about effects in a second. And then there is a couple of special ones. So Thera is a very special wormhole. It is the only named wormhole in all of New Eden. It is also the only wormhole that has NPC stations in it that you can make jump clones in, and you can jump clone to and from. We used to live in Thera for some time, actually. Amazing system. Thera is my favorite system in the game. It is spectacular. One of the main things, in fact, that Signal Cartel does is map Thera connections, because it is such a gigantic wormhole. It has so many wormholes that connect through it. It's a perfect way to travel across New Eden quickly, utilizing Thera to take shortcuts all across New Eden. We use it all the time. We'll talk about, in fact, one of the best ways to use that with Eve Scout. A small hole with a big ass effect. That's right, Legio. That's right. The C13s are amazing. So there's the C13s. There's Thera. There are wormholes that lead to Pochvin. And then there are also what we call drifter wormholes. Those are also quite large wormholes. Those are indicated by Jove outposts in K-Space. And they are populated by extremely, extremely powerful and dangerous drifters. They typically have many large connections as well. I know that a lot of nullsec corporations will utilize the drifter holes to move large fleets around K-space, so you may have seen that happen before. Those wormholes are interesting because you don't actually need to scan them down. They are already located with little like Jovian outpost things on them. I don't have any I can show you today, but maybe we'll be able to splice a video in there. Our little Astero friend went through our little nullsec connection here. Okay, so that's kind of a big picture overview. What are wormholes? Why are wormholes, right? Now then, when you want to start to jump into wormhole space, and if you want to be serious about flying through wormhole space, it definitely helps to have, I think, your UI set up to be optimized for the type of stuff that you'll be doing here. So we're going to go over our UI here a little bit. And I'm going to share with you what I have found to be successful. Now, what I will say is with your UI and your HUD, it really is a matter of technique, opinion, and what works best for you. The most important thing when it comes to UI is that it is easy to use, repeatable, habit-forming, and allows you to be comfortable and have a good, clean cross-check while you're playing, so you can be quick, have fast reactions, and know exactly where to look, where to click as you play. So I'm going to share a little bit with how I've tried to optimize that for JSpace. What you'll see, I think, are some choices that are rather rare between other capsuleers, but there's a good reason for them. Okay, we can see our wonderful UI. We have our UI size set to 100 because it allows me to easily read a lot of text. By the way, that's what a wormhole sounds like when we call it a splash. When a ship enters or exits a wormhole, we call that a splash, and it makes that noise, that wonderful boom noise. It's very likely that Astero that's running around here scouting. We'll see if they show up on our overview here in a second. There they are. We'll grab them with a little hold the T key on the keyboard. So we like to hold T to make our window pop up as we click on them. And we got Samantha Will here from the Orion Security Systems and an Astero. Asteros are super fun. Great way to quickly bring up the information tab here by just holding T and clicking on their ship in the overview. Why do we do that? Because we want to make sure we know who is hanging out with us. So now we can look at their character sheet and run a quick background on them. We'll talk about these guys in a little while. How to interact with other children of the chain, if you will. We'll talk about background checks and Z-kill and things like that later on today. But for now, we'll get back to talking about our UI. You can see that we've got these things kind of set in a specific spot. So I'm just going to minimize these for now. We'll use that as an example later. Okay. As we were saying, 100% is what we use. We're on a 4K monitor, so we've got a decent amount of real estate here. I like to have a lot of space that I can see what is happening tactically on grid. So for that, I always run a tactical overlay just to make sure that I know exactly what's happening in and around us while we're in combat, either in a rat site doing some PvE or if we're doing PvP. By the way, we're going to take a quick moment here. One last thing when it comes to wormhole space that I did not mention previously is wormholes will often have different effects inside of them. In this case, This wormhole, J213423, has a red giant gas effect. Each of these different effects that are different between all wormholes. Most wormholes don't have any of these effects, but this one happens to. The red giant gas effect gives a 58% bonus to overheating modules, 58% bonus to smart bomb damage and range, a 58% bonus to bomb range, and then a 29% penalty to heat damage from overheating modules. So red gas giants are really good from giving you the bonuses to overheating, but they hurt you when you overheat more, right? A black hole effect gives you a bonus to speed, so you go super fast in black holes, but it's hard to turn, right? They're very much like abyssal effects, very similar to abyssal effects if we're used to those. Oh, and the very last thing I should mention about wormholes, there are what we call shattered wormholes. Those aren't just C13s, although a C13 is a shattered wormhole. Shattered wormholes can be any class of wormhole. You'll know you're in a shattered wormhole when on overview there is a center point of the wormhole, like a system center that you can go warp to. And it's been like documented by Jove. I believe it's a Jovian outpost in the shattered wormholes. Correct me if I'm wrong, anybody in chat. I believe it's a Jovian outpost. Shattered wormholes, all the planets are actually shattered. They look like they're broken apart, right? Just like the ones in Thera. Shattered wormholes can have data and relic sites that spawn as if they were in a higher class wormhole. So there are anomalies that will spawn in a shattered wormhole that are higher class, either more difficult or give better loot than the wormhole that they are actually in from a class size perspective, which is kind of interesting, kind of cool. So some of the shattered ones are pretty nice. Wolf Riot effects are very highly desired. The I believe it's called the magnate effect. Wormhole effects. By the way, all of this information is easily accessible on Eve Wiki, which is quite wonderful. Magnetar, that's how you pronounce it. Yes, thank you, Key. Thank you. The Magnetar effect is one of the most desired effects, simply because it just gives you increased damage. It's wonderful. I really like Pulsars as well. Pulsars give you increased shield capacity and capacitor recharge time. Yeah, the Magnetar just gives you a bonus to weapon damage. And depending on the class of wormhole that you're in, those will get better, right? So we're in a C3, so this red giant effect is 58%. If we were in a C6 wormhole, then we would end up with a 100% bonus to overheating modules. So they scale up as you get into more challenging wormholes, which is kind of cool. Okay. Now then, let's jump back into the overview. One of the first things that you'll notice that I think is a bit different compared to what other EVE Online players or other Capsuleers are doing out there is that we have, you can see our system map up here in the top right corner of our screen. We've effectively created a mini-map over here, so we can, at a very quick glance, always know where we are in a wormhole. Why is that important? Because in J-Space, when you don't have anybody showing up on local, unless they type in chat, right? When there's nobody in local and you don't know who is in the wormhole with you, it is critically important that we are de-scanning as often as possible so that we can see who chatting in wormholes is. Chatting in wormhole local is fun. I agree, Ken. I agree. Stand by. ran out of space for recording things. Need to make some more space later. Everyone freaks out a little. Yes, they do, Ken. Yes, they do. As we were saying, it's critically important that we are descanning as often as possible. And we also need to know where that descan coverage is, right? So you can see here on our system map, which double-clicking the top will just open it up to full screen. This green circle is where our descan range is at maximum 14.3 AU and 360 degrees. So we are able to cover this entire wormhole, everything that's in it, with our descan range. Some of these wormholes are really, really big, and you may not be able to cover the entire area. So knowing what you are descanning and where is very important, which is one of the main reasons we like to keep ourselves a little mini map up here in the corner. So at a glance, I can look up and go, yep, I know exactly what I am looking at, what I can see when it comes to coverage. You'll also know what you have covered in descan because a little circle will be around it. So, for example, this little cluster of moons right here, we are not descanning that. It is outside of our descan range. It looks really close, doesn't it? It sure is close, but look at that. Just barely outside of range there. But these guys are in range. How do we know? Because there's a circle around it. A little green circle lets you know what is in descan range or not. Very useful. Very useful. Okay. Let's jump through the rest of our overview really quick. We're just going to go around the outside. So up here in the top right, we've got our little mini map that we've made. Next to it, these are our Evo preview little thumbnails that allow us to swap between clients very easily. If you are solo, day tripping, or roaming solo through JSpace, you may not have these. Below our map, we have our anomalies and signatures. So this is a list of, everything that's in the system here. It also gives us our probe controls right here for setting our probe formations and where those probes are. Very important. We can launch our probes from here if we needed to, but we use our mouse button for that. Or we click on launch probe down here with our modules next to our capacitor. Having this be decently sized so you don't have to scroll up and down as much is important. I've got a good amount of things on here. What I care about is the ID, the distance, the name, and that's really about it. Signal strength doesn't really matter quite as much, but you can also warp directly to these things by clicking on these little warp to buttons on the side here if you want to. There are other ways to do that, obviously, by utilizing the little mini map. And to be quite honest, much of the time I'm warping to locations, I'm utilizing the mini map by right-clicking and then clicking warp to. Below our anomalies, we have our descan results. So if you guys did not know, when you initially open up your mini map here, the system map, which you can find down here by clicking on next to your capacitor, clicking on scanners. You can go to probe scanner, directional scanner, moon and probe analysis, which don't really need to worry about that for the most part. And then you've also got your solar system map. Normally, your probe scanner and your directional scanner are attached to this. But if you right-click on one of those, you can click on undock here. So you can see the directional scanner is now attached to our little mini-map here. You can open it in a separate window. And now you can put that wherever you want. So we've got our directional scanner in a separate window. We can see where it is. We can see all this anomalies and signatures on them in our wormhole as well. We're doing well. All right, down below our descan results, you've obviously got the size of your descan radius as well as the angle. that you can change here. By the way, if you want to adjust your range with a fine-tooth comb, you can either type in the range, or if you mouse over where it says range here and use your scroll wheel, that will increase or decrease it by 0.1 increments, which can be kind of nice, versus clicking on these ticks that kind of take big chunks out. All right. Below that, we've got our object window that we can use to look at, warp to, track, approach, all those kind of standard things. Normally those live way up here, but I like to have it right down here. And then we've got our overview. Now I have my overview set here to an appropriate size for generally what I do. It's a lot smaller than most of the overviews you will see on other people's screens. But that's because in JSpace, there's not nearly as many things on that overview as you are used to in KSpace, because there are way fewer ships out here, unless you're like in a big fleet battle, things like that, in which case we would adjust this to be a lot larger. Okay. Now then, you'll also notice that I have moved my capacitor and all my modules over here to the left a bit. Why have we done that? Why have we done that? The reason is because we want to keep a close cross-check on what we are looking at in combat. So we'll show this to you a little bit later, but once we have something locked up, and let's see if we can lock something up here. We'll fly one of our ships to ourselves. In fact, let me just form a quick fleet here with all of my characters. We can demonstrate that a little bit. Look this up here too. How did you get your minimap so small? Well, we can obviously decrease the size of it like this by dragging it out and back in. This is the smallest that it will go at 100% UI scaling. So if you really want to change the size of your UI, it could be that your settings UI scaling is set to something like really big. I think it defaults to like 125 or 150, which is strange, but I've got mine set to 100. We're able to really squeeze a lot in here. Okay, let's see. Who is sitting in a safe spot? You are. All right, so let's uncloak you, and where are we? You were not in a safe spot, but you are, so we'll uncloak you as well. See if anybody's in range here. Come back. I lost my window. Let's go. Stand by. Well, we'll get this back. We'll get this back somewhere. We lost our little YouTube window, which is quite frustrating. Let's see, where did it go? Ah, it made its way over here. There we go. Gotcha. Haha. Nailed it. Okay. There we go. We had to stop our ads for a second. They were about to try and roll on us, and I don't dig that. Do not dig that at all. Okay. Now then. 18 jumps to go. Ooh, man. Where were we? Ah, yes. We were going to demonstrate locking up our friend here. Let's see. 69 kilometers away. Where are you? Where are you, Kujira? "58 kilometers. Oh, my goodness. So let's go ahead and approach you, please. We'll start our little Astero off to go and visit our friend here so I can just show you why we have this offset the way that it is. It is for good reason. For good reason. Let's go ahead and turn on our AB as well. You can see our little Astero here is set up in a PvP configuration, so we don't have our micro warp drive equipped right now. But that is okay. There we go. Okay, perfect. So, got our little porpoise locked up here. Now it makes sense, right? So down here we have our capacitor. We've got all of our armor and everything. We can see what effects are on. We can have all of our modules. And then right next to it, we have our targets. These are going to go from left to right here as they fill up. So as we add targets, they'll go across the bottom of the screen here. And then we can obviously drag these up to different spots up here as well. So we'll utilize that when we are ratting or during any PvP. But the important thing is that my eyes can both be right down here. And I get all my information at a glance. I can glance across over here to see who's on grid with me very quickly. Versus having to look all the way up here for what's the damage on my targets, what's going on, who's nuding me, who's webbing me. Oh, I got to look down back here. Then I got to look over here. Ends up with a big giant cross check. Nope. We can keep everything nice and tight right here. And then we've got plenty of real estate on the screen to see what's happening there as well. So that's why we do that. That is why we do that. True enough. True enough. All right, we'll unlock our porpoise and disappear back into the shadows here. Same thing with our Astero, both disappearing into the shadows in our little safe spot here. Okay, so that brings us over to our chat windows. You can see here we've got a unique setup as well for our chat windows. We have our corporation, our in-game chat, our alliance chat now. Yes, the alliance chat, which is spectacular here as well. And that is overlaid on top of the local chat. And then sized such that we can't type in local accidentally, but we can see anybody that is in local. So this is helpful if you're flying out in K space. Obviously, you can see a list of all the names of people that are in local space, but you won't chat there if you don't want to. I also don't have to look at anything that anybody's saying in local, thank God. Here in J space, if a name pops up there, it means somebody just typed in chat. I can go look and say what they said. Hello, praise Bob. Sweet, love that. Otherwise, it keeps me safe. I don't type in local on accident and give away our presence and our position here in J-Space. Ooh, there's a buzzard here. We really need to scan down that other wormhole. It feels like it might be a high-sec wormhole. There's a lot of activity going on, so we'll have to check that out in a second. Okay, finally, over on this side, we have our bookmarks. Now, this is always open for me because bookmarks are so important in J-Space. Having things that you can jump to immediately, like safe positions, having wormholes bookmarked, all of that is very critical in wormhole space to know exactly what you have available to you. We'll talk in a moment about some shared locations that are available for everybody out there, specifically the Signal Cartel and Sisters of Eve, Eve Scout locations. Having these as a wonderful folder that you can use to get to and from Thera is absolutely amazing. If you want to find those bookmark folders, they're right here. Eve Scout Thera in our in-game chat, the Boojum. or if you're in our corporation, they're also in our corporation chat as well. Okay, having these bookmarks up is important. We've always got them right there. I also put my drones over here on this side if I am using drones. And then I will sometimes have an additional cargo container open right here that I can use to grab our drugs if I need to. That's a little bit wonky right now. I don't have it set up quite perfectly the way I normally like to. But that's where I use my whatever drugs I'm using for PvP at the time. And then finally, at the top over here, we've got our fleet window set up for all of the fleet things that we need. To be honest, we just are fleeting up with ourselves most of the time that we're nomading through J-Space here. But that will soon be expanding to multiple fleets, and that'll probably become a bit more important. Okay, so that is a quick overview of all of our UI, the why we have our UI set up the way that we do. What questions do you guys have? Any questions on UI? Any inputs? Anything to add on UI setup? Things that people with a lot of J-Space experience do differently? All right, well, with that, think about any questions you may have. We're going to take a short break here. We'll be back in a few minutes. And we're going to continue our discussion on J-Space, talking about some scanning. We're going to scan down this wormhole here in a second. So let's get a quick giveaway going. How about that, though? Yes. Timber, what is going on? Welcome, welcome. I think for this giveaway, let's see. Let's do hashtag yes, we'll do hashtag probe here on Twitch, and then over on YouTube we will do hashtag scan. Nice and simple. We'll do probe and scan. Hashtag probe on Twitch. Hashtag scan on YouTube. We are going to take a short break, everybody. When we get back, we're going to talk about the way of the probe. The way of the probe. Greetings from Hungary. What is going on? Winged Skull. Welcome. Welcome. Winged skull-sized gnome. Love that. All right. We'll be right back, everybody. We're back. All right. We are back, everybody. Hashtag probe on Twitch. Hashtag scan on YouTube. Let's roll these giveaways real quick, and then we can jump back into our tutorial. By the way, Timber with $5 for Wounded Warrior. Let's go, Timber. Hell yes. Dude, we're almost halfway. Almost halfway to our goal. $191 now out of 500. Let's go. Wounded Warrior Project. Hell yes. That means we're going to roll this giveaway twice. Absolutely. Okay. You guys ready? Let's roll this thing. Probe scan. We must learn the way of the probe. Jabolko with the first win here on Twitch. Let's go, Jabolko. Let us know what that in-game name is, and we will send you a wonderful prize. Caroline, what is going on? Shout out to Caroline. Another amazing child of the chain, an intrepid wormholer, a capsuleer of J-Space, of the Void. What is going on? Thank you, Caroline. Jabolko. Magnifier. Nice. Magnifier. Jabolko. Nani? What would you like? A Catalyst? The Last Coercer? The Last Thrasher? Or a Cormorant? Gotta hop into this stream? Yes. Yes, Caroline. Absolutely. Today, as you know, today and tomorrow, Caroline, are our tutorial days. So please... You taught me so much about Wormhole space. So when I say things that are wrong, let me know, and we can learn together. A Catalyst. Okay, nice. Off this goes to you. We just finished going over our UI, Caroline, and like a big picture update, big picture overview of what wormholes are. So we're just getting started. We are just getting started. Magnifier. Think we can blame Caroline for you coming into wormholes at all? They certainly... I need to go look at my VOD. If you guys go watch my YouTube VODs, the second day that we played EVE Online, somebody in chat convinced us to jump to a wormhole like 30 seconds before downtime, and we landed on grid for that wormhole because I warped to 0. We're going to talk about that in a second. Died immediately. And then at that point, I was addicted to wormhole space. I was like, this is amazing. I think it was the following day that we actually went into a wormhole. So like day 3 was the first time we entered J-Space. But we've been addicted ever since. But what I will say is that Caroline has been here from the very, very beginning, teaching us a lot about J-Space and getting things set up, which has been spectacular. Okay. Let's roll that one more time. We're rolling it again. Double roll. K Zeus with the second win here on Twitch. We got to roll it twice on YouTube as well because you guys keep donating to the Wounded Warrior Project, which is outstanding. Outstanding. Yes, Kay. Yes, indeed. The same question shall be posed to you. What would you like for your little giveaway box? Oh, we've also got some Vindicator blueprints. We might give away some of those later on. For now, we've got one of these giveaway boxes. Catalyst, Coercer, Cormorant, or the Thrasher. What do you think, Kay? A Cormorant? Yes. Love the Cormorant. Good choice. A good choice. Cormorants are amazing. What's your in-game name as well? Absolutely. Absolutely. Riggs, what is going on? Welcome. Welcome. Over on the YouTubes. Dude, the YouTubes is popping off. You guys are doing outstanding. Hashtag scan on YouTube. We're about to do our giveaways there really quick. Oh, yeah, that's right. Jesus Tessero. Nailed it. Okay. That's on its way. Let's jump over to YouTube. And we'll roll these two giveaways. Here we go. Nailed it, Riggs. Nailed it. Wowerism. Wowerism again. Yes. Nice. Nice. You guys are going to win a ton on YouTube because there's very few people there. It's amazing. Samuel, what's going on? Dione, Tadema, yes, let's go, let's go. People showing up on the YouTube, love that. All right, Wower, what did we send you last time? I think we sent you a random skin last time, right? Let's go ahead and send you one of these Vindicator blueprints. Why not? Why not? Oops. And then let's see, your in-game name was Abuse Thalera, right? I believe that's correct. I think I'm doing this correctly. Abuse Thalera, right? I was told by Shad this is where I go to find gooning sessions. oh, Shad. Oh, Shad. What a wonderful, upstanding individual. Just the most moral, the most impressive, just a nice Canadian. You know what I mean? What a great dude. Classic. Brockzilla, yes. Yes. Well, I mean, if you want to find people having fun, absolutely. If you mean gooning sessions as in like goon swarm, no. Goons as in like Canadians, probably. Yeah. All right, let's roll that thing one more time. Here we go. Anis Alagui. I'm pretty sure I'm saying that name wrong. Pineapple Alligary. Is that probably what that means, right? Gooning. Brockzilla. What is up? Anise. I think, what is your in-game name? You'll have to remind me as well. Congratulations. Re-roll, you say? Okay. If you want. Absolutely. Or, we can hand you one of the wonderful giveaway packs. A skin. Even a random one. What would you like? Anything? You sure? What are we doing in this fine wormhole? Well, Brock, today we are going over a tutorial, if you will, a survivor's guide to J-Space. Oh, you just want it in Twitch? Ah, okay. Well, then we'll re-roll it. Wower. Jabolko. Wower. El Felixo. Nailed it. Let's see. I think we had Jabolko and El Felixo. Because I didn't say you couldn't win twice. You can win twice. So we had Wower just won on YouTube, so we can't win twice in a row on the same platform. But we do have El Felixo and Jabulko. You guys both win. We'll give you guys both a giveaway. Should be good for a noob like you. You're scared of wormhole space? Ah, Riggs. Don't be afraid of wormhole space. Fear is just a matter of ignorance. Fear is just not knowing something, being inexperienced in something, right? So that's what this day is all about. Learning about wormhole space and how to survive there. So we're not afraid. And you should go check it out because wormhole space is amazing and secret. Don't tell anybody this. Don't tell anybody this. But there's a very strong possibility that you can make the most ISK in the entire galaxy, all New Eden, in J-Space. Don't tell anybody I told you that. We don't need a lot of people showing up here, but there's an insane amount of ISK to be made in here. An insane amount of ISK. And it's super easy to make. Anyway, good reason to come hang out. Don't forget to mention the center probes on ship button. Oh, we absolutely will mention that, Samuel. We're going to show off. We're going to show off a little bit. Don't you worry. And you're right. K-Space is scary. All right. We rolled this thing a couple of times. Hashtag secrets from Bob. That's right. So I need Jabulko to let me know if you want another giveaway, because you won on YouTube. And then I need El Felixo to let me know if they want anything on the YouTube win as well. Because I got roll happy. We rolled like 3 times. See if these guys are here on the YouTube. Currently scanning your chain now. Love that. Well then, Samuel, you can let us know if how we do, because we're about to jump into some wonderful scanning. Random skin, you got it, Jabulko. El Felixo, hell yes. Would you like a container, El Felixo? Or a random skin? Jabulko. What was your name? It was Bultek, right, Jabulko? Magnifier, nailed it. Nailed it. Literally just gave you something. Alright, that's on its way. And then El Felixo. Your name is El Felixo. You gotta let me know what you want, though. What would you like of these giveaway containers? A catalyst, a coercer, a cormorant, or a thrasher? I think I've got all of those. Anything, my choice. Okay. In which case, we're gonna send you a catalyst. You get that. It's got a bunch of other stuff in there, too, like Plex. Catalyst. Nice. El Felixo. There we go. Off it goes. Okay. Done with the fun stuff. Now we can talk about J-Space. Okay. So, here we go. Let's jump on in. Our next topic. The way of the probe. I think there's a reading from the Book of Bob on that, in fact. Let's see. Maybe not. Thought for sure that there was. What does Bob say? What does Bob say about the probe? What reading? This is a Deve. That's right. How dare you read? How dare you read? Only watch. Only do, right? Classically on collapsing, of course. Aha, that's right. Here we are. The scanners are thy staff, and the signatures thy bread. Seek the unknown, for therein lies both thy peril and thy salvation. Honor the sleeper, whose watchful gaze guards the treasures of Anoikis. But be wary, for their wrath is swift, and their vengeance eternal. Yes, yes. Perfect, perfect. Okay. Close all those tabs up. Now then. Back to what we were talking about. The way of the probe. Let's talk about scanning. Okay, so first of all, when we enter a wormhole, one of the very first things that we are going to do is, of course, bookmark its location. We'll talk about like how we actually forge the chain as we're moving on. Descanning is really the very first thing we do when we enter a wormhole. Descan and then bookmark. Talking locals the first thing. That's right. We're going to talk a little bit more about bookmarks and things like that when we talk about how we forge our chains. So we're going to focus just right now on the way of the probe and how we actually scan things down. So for that, I'm actually going to reconfigure our Astero here. And the reason I want to do that is to go ahead and make sure we've got a pretty good scanner strength so I can show you kind of how that would look like for your kind of scanning purposes. Now, realize you can use either core probe scanners or combat probe scanners for this. They both work just fine for scanning down actual wormholes and other anomalies and things like that. You don't have to just use core scanner probes for different cosmic signatures, which I thought you did for a long time. I thought you could only use scanner probes to scan down these cosmic signatures that we see here on our map and in our little anomalies page. Not true. You can actually use combat scanner probes as well. Although combat scanner probes are not quite as efficient at it as the core scanner probes are. I'll also say that if you're going to be nomading through wormhole space, even if you're just day tripping in wormhole space, I really hope that you enjoy scanning, because you're going to do a lot of scanning. Tons of scanning. Lots and lots of scanning. So if you don't like the scanning little kind of mini game, wormhole space may be a little tedious to you. Combats do work, but they have the disadvantage of not being able to go to 0.25. Exactly right. Exactly right. They can only go to 0.5 AU. So it can be a little bit more tricky to scan things down in their entirety. Okay, we're going to do a really quick reconfig here. Throw our mobile depot out. We'll talk more about this as our home in Nomad later on. Truly, the mobile depot and fleet hangars are a home away from home when you're here in J-Space. Open our fleet hangar. You can also see, speaking of overviews, that my inventory tends to show up in the same place on all of my characters and is in a spot that is out of the way and easily accessible. Now then, let's see. Astero refit. We'll get these guys up there. We'll put the Zoigma analyzer on there. Why not? We'll just go super fancy for it. There we go. Okay. Once this finishes anchoring in a second or two here, we'll open our fitting window up. And then we'll swap these guys out. Let's see. Don't need this. Don't need this. Or that. Or this. This, 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 or this. Okay. Now we go back to our Porpoise Fleet hangar. And these guys can all get fit up on here. Boop. Done. Done and done. Throw those guys back in there. And let's scoop you up into our cargo hold. Little mobile depot. Okay, and we'll send you back out into the void. And we'll get our combat probes out really quick here, and we'll cloak up. And we'll cloak you up too. Okay, Porpoise is cloaked. Arstero is cloaked as well. Talk about the way of scanning. They do have problems scanning some sleeper sites. That's true. That's true, Tadema. That is true. Okay, so. No diplomatic probes. Shame. Riggs guy's a good question. Do ships show on D-scan in wormhole space? Yes, they do, Riggs, as long as they are D-scannable, right? There's a couple of ships that don't show up on D-scan. For example, what is the name of that ship? Ghoul or whatever. There's, what are they? I think there's only 4 of them. Only 4 ships that don't show up on D-scan. What is the Hugin, I think? Yes, I think that's one of them. Lachesis. Yeah. Ooh, directed energy with the raid? Let's go. Yarp, what's going on, directed energy? Welcome. Huge shout out. Dude, welcome for the first time as well. What is happening? Directed energy. Let's go. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the Boojum-Verse. I hope you guys are excited about Wormhole Space. Maybe even have questions about Wormhole Space. We're doing a survival guide to J-Space today. Amazing. Just dropping down someone who's drops to reward the viewers right now. Hell yes. Hell yes, directed. Nice. What did you guys get up to today? We're looking up the ships that don't show up on D-scan. The recon cruisers, Brock. That's right, the recon cruisers. The recon cruisers. Let's see. These recon ships. So the Rook does not... Yeah, there it is. Roll bonus. Cannot be detected by directional scanners. So whatever the recon ships are for each of the 4 does not show up on D-scan, which is kind of cool. But everything else should show up on D-scan if they're not cloaked. Brockzilla, if they're not cloaked. Ran some Abyssals, then Frostrite. Ooh, nice. Well done. Stopped because a Praxis was following us around and stealing loot. That's annoying. That's super annoying. 2.5 month players. You guys have only been playing for 2.5 months, directed? Dude. Super young. You've been playing for slightly less time than we have. That's amazing. Oh, you played a long time? Okay, nice. Well, then perhaps you can provide some good insight into J-Space too as we go through our little tutorial here. I'm in Matar, Maine. Nice. All up to carriers. Wow. Dude. The Raven is the best that we've got to so far. That's the best we've got to. We don't really fly it much. We've flown it one time. And it got destroyed immediately. It was amazing. Regret now. Sold, yeah. Was flying the Raven. Oh, dude, nice. I love the Raven. It's so much fun. So much fun. Hiram Tam is the IGN. Nice. Well, welcome, Directed Energy. Welcome. We've been playing EVE Online since April, so not that long. And we, for the last 4 months or so, have been nomading through all of Anoikis, all of J-Space. We love J-Space, so it's been absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. And so today, we're going over a tutorial on J-Space so that next weekend, everybody can jump in and join us, join our little Boojum fleet, our Boojum Armada, and we can roam through J-Space together. The Jackdaw is amazing. I love the Jackdaw directed. I do love the Jackdaw. Rook's generosity ceases to amaze. Okay. So, let's talk about probes. Let's talk about scanning. Let's talk about scanning. Yes, Brock, that's right. The Force Recon. That's right. So, when it comes to using our probes, once they're kicked out, obviously they're going to show up right next to you. As a G-Wiz, if you click on center current formation on your ship, you'll see they'll move over to you and be nicely positioned there if they're, like, you know, within jump range. You can also change your formations. Now, the pinpoint formation is pretty much the standard that everybody uses for that. That's going to make them look like this configuration here. There's other ones that you can use as well, like the spread formation, but really pinpoint is about all you're going to ever need. Goal is to never pay real money for EVE again. Ooh, that's a good goal, Directed. Could turn into a job, though. Gotta be careful with that. Okay. So, we have our probes out. We are cloaked. We're in a nice safe spot. Oh, be sure that when you are scanning things down in your wormhole, make sure to be in a safe spot and cloaked and de-scanning all at the same time. If for some reason you can't be cloaked, then being in a safe spot will be super important. We'll show you how to do that later. Dude, and thank you for the follow, Directed. Dude, thank you for the raid, Directed. Thank you for the follow. Have a great time. We'll see you guys again, I'm sure. Long stints as an alpha. That'd be sweet. Raid Shadow Legends money will pave the way, right? So, when we're scanning, we need to be in a safe spot. We need to be cloaked up if we can. If not cloaked, then we need to be definitely in a safe spot, which we'll talk about what a true safe spot is in a little bit. And then we need to be de-scanning while we are using our probes. For my little setup here, V is what you would normally use for de-scan. We use our mouse buttons here. So we have on the side of our mouse a little thumb button there. We've got two of those. One of them is for de-scanning, and the other one is for our actual scanner probes. So we can do all of our scanning on our mouse, which makes things a lot easier, since we do it a lot in JSpace. So we're de-scanning. We got our probes out. And now what we're going to do is open up the scanner system map, right? So because our little mini map is so small, we could de-scan off of here, grab our probes, move them around. We could do some de-scanning here. But typically what I like to do is make this full screen. And then you can see for our UI, we also have all of our important things that are we make sure that those are always above full screen, right? So there are options here where you can make sure that it is always above full screen views. We make sure these are always above full screen views. So D-scan is there. I can see my modules and my cloaking device is activated. And then I've also got my bookmarks. Okay. Now what you'll see here in this system is I have already bookmarked a whole bunch of these cosmic signatures. And the reason that I've done that is because I want to show you how the actual location of something relates to its potential location as depicted by these cosmic signatures. So let's see if we can find a good example. This one right here that we have selected, right? So once we've selected this cosmic signature, this guy is probably actually right here. It's probably the sizable perimeter reservoir. But when you don't have this bookmark, right, you don't know where this cosmic signature is. What this red circle is telling you, this red sphere is telling you, is that it could be anywhere within that. And it is not close to the center. It could be anywhere within this sphere, right? So a lot of times what I used to do is I would bring my scanner probes over by dragging them with the little arrows or just grabbing the center of the cube here. I would bring my scanner probe over and just put it in the center here. expand it out, so I made sure I encompassed everything, and then scan. That's not really the most efficient way to do things. Yes, you'll likely find it. I mean, you 100% will find it within that region. But because you're just scanning the whole thing, there's a potential that you only scan the actual location with 1 or 2 probes. So in this case, this is the actual location. This is the center. This will resolve to a single point because all of my probes, all 8 of my scanner probes, are going to scan this location. That's where it actually is. You can see it's in the middle bubble. All of the bubbles from all of the scanner probes overlap, so it will resolve to a single point. Riggs is a paid actor, right? Versus this location out here. See this guy out here? This one is only in 2 probe bubbles. So if this was one that if I were to scan right now, there is something there right here, but it's only being hit by 2 probes. So what is that going to result in? It's going to make 2 potential locations with a dashed line between them. That tells you, hey, it's either here or here. We don't know because these 2 probes detected it, and we don't know exactly which one it is. So what's the better way to do this? We want to avoid a single probe or only 2 probe scanning. We want to try and get as many probes to scan a location as we possibly can. Well, we know that every cosmic signature appears 4 AU away from a celestial. So in this case, we've got the potential for this one to be here. There's a celestial body that's right here nearby. So within 4 AU of this celestial body is where this one will be, where this one will be, where this guy's gonna be. So we pick this celestial here, and what we'll find is that a lot of these are gonna scan down a lot faster because we're getting more probes on them, because we know that they have to be within 4 AU of a celestial. So we set our scanner size to 8 AU. We pick a celestial body that's nearby a lot of the signatures that we want to scan. We set it there, and we get ready to scan. How do we do that? We drag our scanner probes around with the arrows, with the block, double-click in space to shift your camera 90 degrees up, double-click again to shift it 90 degrees down. So we are centered in 3 dimensions on this location, and then we hit the scan button over here, or in my case, mouse 4. Once you do that, the probes fly to those locations, and then they do their scan. That's right, Adia. That's exactly right. Okay. So we've scanned down a few locations. You can see those big red scary bubbles went away. And look at that. All of them, every single one of them, resolved to a single location. We didn't get any that our probes didn't get enough scans on to give us variants and unknowns. We'll probably see that later on. Okay, so we've got this guy. It was pretty close. You can see this is the true location. This is where it is here. So now let's pick something that is pretty far along. Now with this gas site, ooh, a gas site, a wonderful gas site. Let's scan that one down. We want to resolve this one more. So let's click on it. That's going to center our camera on the gas site. We double click a couple of times to make sure that our probes are nice and centered. I'm going to hold Alt on my keyboard, and then I'm going to mouse wheel in to 2 AU. We're going to skip 4 AU because we're so good that we can go to 2. Typically what I'll do is I'll start with an 8 AU scan, then I'll go to 2, and then I'll go to 0.5 if I'm using combat probes, or maybe even 0.25 if we're using core scanner probes. Okay, so we're centered up on this gas site, and now let's scan this down. And what we should see is this resolves to one of these two locations. We are going to center it once it has somewhat resolved, because that is going to be pretty good for giving us a chance of locating it. And then we center again, and we scan again. Now, it might be tricky to see this, but see this little site here? There's suddenly a red bubble on this one again. What happened? Oh, well, while we were scanning down that gas site, this other one that was nearby only got hit by one probe, and so it results in a bubble of unknown. If it had been hit by 2 probes, it would have made a ring of unknown, a ring dashed line. And then 3 probes could be, I guess, that single line, or maybe it's 4. I forget the exact number. Anyway, let's finish scanning on this gas site really quick. We were at 2, so let's go down 2 more. We'll go to 0.5, and this will probably resolve. I'd watch the Boojum-Verse. Gets great results every time. Every time, Riggs. Triangulation. That's right. Bobulation. We are literally just triangulating. Just like GPS works. It's wonderful. It is wonderful. Literal triangulation. Okay. So this one didn't resolve down very well. You can see that the actual site is right here. When this happens, typically, because we're like not near, I mean, it's probably nearby either this celestial or this one, but we're already within 4 AU of it easily, so really it could truly be anywhere in here. We're going to center our scanners on here and then just scan this down. And with a 2 AU scan, it is very likely we're going to get that location. Almost every cosmic signature, for being efficient about it, is going to start off with one 8 AU scan, and then we go to a 2 AU scan per site, then a 0.5 or 0.25 AU scan per site, and we're done. So really you should scan kind of the whole area once, and then each of these little signatures twice more to be done. All right, centered up, ready to go, scan. And while we do that, we're descanning too. So typically what I do, because both of those buttons are on my mouse, I hit the probe scan, I hit descan right after. So every time I'm probe scanning, I'm also descanning. And we're good to go there. All right, that's that gas site done. Now then, we've got a couple more of these to go. So let's go ahead and scan down this guy. Now you may be saying to yourself, Boojum. I already scanned all these systems down, but then I logged off, and when I logged back on, I have all my bookmarks, but none of the systems, none of the locations are scanned. Or I disconnected, and when I log back on, I have to rescan everything. Yes, that's true, you do. That sucks. But if you have bookmarked everything, you don't need to scan everything down from the beginning. You can just go straight to your bookmark. Look at this token reservoir here. We're just going to scan down our bookmark, go to the smallest scan size we possibly can, 0.25 AUs, and scan your bookmark. Super easy. Rigs with max skills or just the basics? We don't have maximum skills, but we have okay skills, Rigs. So there are several ways, that's a good point, to boost your scanner strength. By the way, Headquake, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. I don't even do that. I ignore everything that is already fully scanned, cleans up the window. No need to rescan stuff that is already scanned. That's true. That's true. You could do that. Just leave all of them blank there and move on. The reason I like to clean up this window, being in Anoikas here, I like to scan down the entire system so that we can make sure we maintain good security and have situational awareness on what is happening within our wormhole. So, for example, if I had scanned all of these anomalies or cosmic signatures down, this entire window here would be green. But if another wormhole opened up, somebody rolled one of their wormholes and the exit appeared in the wormhole that I'm in, that's going to show up here on this window. It's going to blink orange. which will show that it's there. And I'll know, like, hey, there's a system or there's a cosmic signature that I have not scanned down in our wormhole now. That's a new one. Something else is showing up. Oh, that works too, Zed. That works too. You could also do that. So you could right-click on this guy, click Ignore Result to get it off of the map, and then you would have that available in your bookmarks. That's true. That's true. A clean inbox. Yes, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. Same as email, right? Wormholes in wormholes. That is right, Riggs. That's 100% correct. In fact, most wormholes connect to other wormholes, which is why we call it a chain. Because you can go from wormhole to wormhole to wormhole to wormhole, which is amazing. You don't need to scan, just select all and a new one won't be. What do you mean by that, Samuel? Let's see. So, real quickly, when it comes to our sensor strength, so how quickly we scan things down, that's going to be based off of your base sensor strength. So you can see that if you go to your fit window and mouse over your probe launcher. In this case, we've got 100 points total. You can increase that depending on a couple of things. One are your character's skills. Two is the probe launcher that you have. So in this case, I have a Sister's Core probe launcher, which is going to actually help out our scanner probe strength, I believe. Yes. Scan strength bonus, 10% because it's a Sister's one. And then also, if we look at our charge info, you can see we're using Sister's Core scanner probes. Those have a base sensor strength of 99.8%, accounting for our skills, right? So the ship is giving it, the Astero, the ship we're flying, is giving us an increase in sensor strength. The module, the probe launcher, gives us an increase in sensor strength. The astrometric range finding and astrometric skills both give us an increase in sensor strength as well. So we're sitting at 99.8, basically 100 points, which is pretty good. Pretty good. Okay. That if everything is selected and a new SIG pops in system, only the previous all are selected, so the new one is clear because it is not selected. Valid method. Don't like it. Prefer ignored as it is cleaner, works better for your brain. Yeah, and that's the way everybody kind of has to do it. You know what I mean? Everybody needs to wrap that around their mind. So, like, for me, for example, I like having everything up here on my overview and scanned down in green because I warp to these all the time, and I also use these for descanning. We'll talk about descanning here next, but I will very often use these to find other ships here in J-Space. We're gonna talk about Pathfinder 2 in a little bit. Here, Mom, what is going on? The mid-slot module for scan strength is also... Oh, that's true. That is true. Thank you for that, Here, Mom. Thank you for that. We'll check that out as well. Yes, these mid slots, these medium power slots, or sorry, mid slots, can also give you an increase in your sensor thing. So a scan, pinpoint array, and acquisition array. Those both help. There's actually also rigs that can help you too, I believe. Okay. Dude, and Gil Dubra, thank you for the follow. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Samuel, if you want to add stuff to Pathfinder, that's true. Perfectly valid, yep. Okay, so that is us scanning down some of these little systems here. Let's go ahead and scan down the rest of this spot and see, is there anything else I wanted to talk about when it comes to scanning? Hopefully, this one here is this is another wormhole that I have not ever scanned down before and bookmarked. I know it's a wormhole because there were people in here and I didn't know where they came from. So that means it is a wormhole. Let's scan this guy down. As we scan throughout this tutorial day, and into tomorrow as well, because I'm now realizing this is going to definitely be a solid 2 days of tutorial, we'll be able to give some more examples here. So here is the wormhole that we are sitting right next to with our Tengu. You can see we're monitoring this wormhole. This is a null-sec wormhole. We'll talk about identifying them later on. Finish scanning this guy down. Just kind of show you the demo of how that works. All right. One of the last things I want to talk about. Let's pretend, if you will, let's suspend our disbelief for a moment and use our imaginations, that this is not a wormhole. That this is a data or relic site, and it's like a level 4 or even a level 5, right? Something that's challenging. Something that's difficult to scan down. Well, if we're all the way down at a 0.25 AU probe scanner size, and we've got the best skills that we can have, right? It's whatever your skills are at the time. So maybe your scanner strength is like 95 or 94. And you scan at 0.25 AU here, and you get this. It's like, oh man, it's yellow. It's almost done. We're at 93.9% resolution. It's almost there. And every time you scan, it just doesn't get better. You're stuck at like 93.9% or 94% or whatever the case may be. You can actually increase your scanner strength just a little bit more on this wormhole. How do we do that? Well, we can't decrease the size anymore, but if you hold control on your keyboard and then mouse in a little bit, you can see we can overlap these a little bit more here. So you can make that into a perfect sphere, if you will. Now, you don't want it to be a perfect sphere like this. You want it to be just a little bit outside. So we're going to increase the strength, the amount of signal that we're putting onto this guy that's giving us trouble. And give that a scan. And then that'll help get you there. And can get that last little bit right over the edge to seal the deal and scan down those difficult signals sometimes. Sometimes that's all what it takes. And then if you want to reset it to the normal formation, just hit the launch pinpoint formation again, and that'll reset it to what you had before. It's kind of cool little trick there. Scan down this last site here. Just going to use our bookmark really quick here to get that scanned. And what I will say is, visiting J-Space, living in J-Space, nomading through J-Space as we do, man, you're going to get really good. Really, really good and really fast at scanning down wormholes, for sure. Like I said, our technique is to keep all of these in our window as much as we can, because it really helps us keep SA on what is happening in the wormhole, and we use it for a lot of tools later on, which we'll talk about here in a little bit. All right, this is another wormhole. I don't know where it goes. I suspect it goes to low sec or high sec. It could be... It's actually probably another wormhole. It's probably a C, because I'm pretty sure the 2 scout ships that I saw come through here had similar looking names. It's probably another wormhole. We'll see. We'll see. This system's got a null-sec static, but the other ones are not static. Okay, now then, we're going to bring our probes back in. We'll recover our probes as we warp our way to this wormhole. You may notice we did not warp to 0 on this wormhole. In fact, I highly recommend you never warp to 0 for the first time to a wormhole, or if you don't know what type of wormhole it is, where it could go. Sometimes these wormholes lead to Pachman. Sometimes those Pachman wormholes are surrounded by Triglavians, and they're very angry. They may try to kill you, and if you warp to 0, you will uncloak. So I have my standard default warp distance set to 70 kilometers. Keeps me far away from whatever I'm warping to, so I'm unlikely to cloak if I get to it. I also don't use 100 because I know a lot of other people use 100, and I don't want to land right next to them if somebody else had warped to something right before I did, and I didn't know they were there, and we uncloak each other, or they uncloak me, and I don't want that to happen. I never want to be uncloaked against my will. Ugh. Okay, so what kind of wormhole is this? Ah, a C2. A wonderful little C2 here. We're going to talk about identifying wormholes in a little bit. That'll probably be our next topic, I think. But this is a little C2. So we've warped to 70 clicks. We're checking this guy out. Now we're going to bookmark this guy. When it comes to bookmarking, we'll talk more about this in a little bit, but my technique is I say what class of wormhole it is, or where it goes, and then I use the identifier, the ID on here, to identify that wormhole. I also like to, that's one of the other reasons I like to keep my signatures up on this screen, is so I can pair these IDs to their bookmark locations, and I know exactly where they are in distance away from me, which is super important to me. All right, and then we're going to save that under bookmarks here. I set it to expire in 2 days because wormholes will expire after 1 day, and I don't need them anymore after that. We're good to go. Okay. So we scan down this last wormhole. It's a C2. We're going to go and explore that in just a little bit. We're going to explore that C2, and I'm going to show you a sort of demonstration of how we quickly scan down a wormhole in a chain, and we're going to talk about forging the chain here, identifying wormholes, and how we go from wormhole to wormhole, not getting lost, using either mapping tools or really good bookmark habits, which is primarily what I use for navigating through JSpace, is just solid bookmark habits. Okay, so we're gonna take a short break, everybody. By the way, Glitched, welcome back. Shout out to Glitched, another amazing YouTube and another Twitch streamer. Are you on YouTube at all? I can't remember. I don't think so. But another amazing streamer. Great wealth of knowledge when it comes to EVE Online. Okay, we're gonna take that short break. Let's set up a giveaway really quick, as we do before we take our little break. All right, so for this next giveaway, on Twitch, not on YouTube as of yet. Ah, that's right. For this giveaway, on Twitch, #Forge, and on YouTube, #Chain. We're about to talk about how we forge the chain here in Anoikos after this short break. So we will be right back. We're back. We are back, everyone. All right. All right. Hashtag Forge on Twitch. Hashtag Chain. Hashtag Chain on YouTube. Let's go ahead and roll these two giveaways real fast. And let's talk. We're going to talk about de-scanning a little bit here. We've mentioned it a few times. Let's talk. We're going to talk a little bit more in depth as to kind of how to find some ships out here. How to really utilize de-scan. Super important skill to learn in J-Space, obviously. And then we're going to go into, like, forging the chain a little bit. This would be wonderful. Forge, that's right. Hashtag Forge, everybody. Hashtag Forge. Let's see. Who all we got here? And yes, lucky bastard. Just missed it. Hashtag Forge. Headquake, what is going on? What is going on? Don't forget to spell Forge correctly, lucky bastard. Unless maybe they're doing it on purpose. There we go. Got it. Nailed it. All right, let's roll this thing. Let's roll this thing. I think what we're going to do, I think we're going to give away one more of our, one of our giveaway containers. Okay, here we go. Rolling it. The unlucky bastard, right? Alchemist. Alchemist 1206 with the win. Let's go. Let's go. All right. Alchemist. Pretty sure you've won before, too. Lemont. Yes. That's right. Let's see. Catalyst, Coercer, Cormorant, or Thrasher. You pick. Alchemist, you pick. We'll send one of these gift containers your way. What is this thing? Breacher. Weird. A Thrasher? Alright. Oh, what is going on, DRB? Enter my large hole. How dare you? How dare you? Huge shout out to Stream DRB, another spectacular streamer. What is going on? What is going on? We are in the middle of doing a wonderful wormhole tutorial, DRB. A survival guide to J-Space, if you will. Learning a lot, actually. I love all the techniques that people have, too. It's such... There's such subtlety in living in J-Space. Such subtlety. Just mincing. All right, let's do our YouTube giveaway. Jump over there. Time for the YouTube giveaway. Now on holiday. Nice, DRB. Nice. Congratulations. Just wanted to relax. Well, this is the perfect place for it. That was something I was thinking about the other day. J-Space, Anoikis, I think, is the most chill place in New Eden. It's so relaxing. It's so chill. There is no hurry to do anything. We're cloaked up here, looking at a couple of wormholes. We know exactly what all is in our wormhole. There's only 2 exits and entrances. We don't necessarily know who all's in the wormhole. There could be other people who are cloaked up here doing cloaky things, but that's okay. There's literally nothing that anybody can do to find us. It's so safe. It's so wonderful. It's so chill. And there's no hurry or rush to do anything. Now, if we move, scary things could happen, but it's pretty sweet. It's pretty sweet, though. Except when it's not. That's right, Zed. That's right. Super chill and relaxing, and then it's not. Yeah, once you get over the initial anxiety, here's the thing about J-Space, everybody. I think the main reason that people are afraid of going into wormhole space is because there's no local. They use local chat as like a little whoopee. It's like a blanket. They're like, oh my goodness. Like, if I go into a system and I don't know who's in that system, they could kill me. But when you realize that when you go into a system, nobody knows you're there, and you're the one that could kill anybody, suddenly it feels a little less scary. Like, if you walk into J-Space with the mentality that you're the hunter, not the hunted, the game changes. It doesn't matter if you're actually hunting people, but if you have that mentality, that mindset of I'm the hunter here, I'm the one that's keeping an eye on everybody else. You may not be going for PvP kills. You might just be going and looking for some gas in a prospect or a venture. But that mentality shift really, I think, is what sets it apart and makes it not a scary endeavor. You're like, yeah, now I have control. Now I know what is around me, what's happening here. I know where I'm taking risk and where I'm not. Versus in high sec and low sec, and like high sec is like probably the most dangerous place in the game, I think. Just because there's very little that you can do to avoid being actually ganked. If you're going through jump gates, you know what I mean? Like mining in high sec, you think you can just go AFK? Yeah, I'm descanning way more in high sec than I am in J space. I'll tell you what. Whoa, it's the best. It's like a spider in the web. That's right, Sam. That's right. Exactly. Some of the best viewers in New Eden. I don't know about that, DRB. I would say you probably have some of the best viewers in New Eden, especially since the majority of your viewers tend to kind of come and hang out here every now and then, right? Suck gas while you wait? Yes, exactly. Anyway, just a quick little aside on sort of the mental model of jumping into J-Space. Because they know you're amazing. You're amazing, DRB. They're just here for you, obviously. We've got another giveaway. We're rolling this thing on YouTube. Anis with the win again. Let's go. That's what happens when there's only 5 people who enter. Perfect. Crabtree is amazing. Crabtree's got the best hashtags. The reason that we use hashtag now, Crabtree, is because you say hashtag things. And someday, you're going to say hashtag, and it's going to be the giveaway. I'm excited for it. I'm waiting. You don't get more giveaways that way. That's right. Oh, it's all good. You guys are hanging out and we're having fun. That's all that matters, right? That's all that matters. All right, Ani. Let's see. What do you want, Ani? I think you've won a couple of times, so we've got some stuff we can send your way, huh? Hell yes. Blitz? What's going on? What is going on? Welcome. Thank you for the follow. Hi, buddy. K Zeus Cicero. That's right. I'm gonna send you a skin. No. A Vindicator Blueprint. These are the ones we want to give away. Yes. I don't think I've given you one of these yet. Unless I literally just did. That'd be crazy. Say I want it all, right? Can always send back stuff you don't want. That's fine. Okay. That's done. right? Did I do it? Wait. Let's just double check. I think I hit cancel somewhere along the way. So we're going to try that again. Jesus, Tessero. Nailed it. There we go. We got there. We got there. That's a sport. Oh, my goodness. Dude, DRB with the cheer. Come on now. Come on. Let's go. Hell yes. What is happening? Thank you, DRB. You guys are awesome. Oh, my goodness. Hashtag copy you. Hashtag Xerox DRB. That's right. That's right. Okay. Shall we get back into our tutorial, guys? Not all of us are as obsessed with holes as you are. Well, you guys are in the wrong channel then. You're in the wrong channel. We're doing a tutorial on wormhole space. It's all about holes. 87 kids. All right, we're going to talk about de-scanning. I will say, when it comes to wormhole space, the fact that we have to say the word hole so much and also de-scan so much is, I mean, unfortunate. You know what I mean? De-scanning. By the way, we've almost got Cosm, the tier 3 emotes. Almost there. We just got to get Cosm to... they had to cancel their tier 1 subscription. But Twitch says that once that's expired, then they're going to give them a free tier 3 one. Lifetime subscription because you guys donated a whole bunch of subs. Nailed it. De-scanning for a new hole. D-hole. Yeah, that's what I mean, right? It's just way too much unfortunate innuendo. Amazing. Okay, so let's talk about the directional scanner. Let's talk about the directional scanner here in JSpace. Now, as we mentioned before, I really like to have my system window up here so that we can see where the D-scan coverage extends to. At a quick glance, I can see that if there was a ship over here on these moons, I would not be able to see them appearing on D-scan because that is out of range, right? Conversely, all these other bookmarks and cosmic signatures have little green circles around them, so I know that they are within D-scan range. Now, with multiple accounts, as we nomad around, I will often go between accounts, and as I do, I look at where this coverage is in the system map, and I can, between all of my accounts, maximize that coverage. So, for example, if there was a wormhole way out here in the top corner somewhere, and I D-scan on this character, I'm like, well, I'm not going to get any results from that, but this character was over next to that wormhole. I could D-scan there and maximize my system coverage to help me keep SA on what all is happening within the wormhole, right? Hover over the map, hold D-scan, and scroll to change range quickly. That's true. You can. You can do that way, like this. That's actually... I actually didn't know that, Sam. You can change the range that way by holding the D-scan button and scrolling in and out. That's spectacular. You can also do that same thing by mousing over the range and scrolling in and out. There we go. Mouse over range here. Scroll in and out. See that? That works too. Which is pretty sweet. You can change it from kilometers to AU if you really want to, but psychopaths use kilometers, I think. AU is better. So, now that we have got our kind of basics down. Control, scroll wheel. Yes. Yes. Control scroll wheel over the map does not work for D-scan, Blitz. It does work for your probes, though. It does work for your probes. Use it to quick find out what planet people are on. Exactly. Exactly, Sam. So let's use a practical example here. So you can see that we've got our prospect is hanging out on a perch site. I call this a perch site because it's not on the actual gas site itself, but it is on grid. So this gas site over here is 752 kilometers away. So I can see people on the gas site. I can warp to things on the gas site because they're on grid with me, but we're nice and far away. Anytime you're making a perch, the important thing is that you are outside of warp distance, so greater than 150 kilometers, to something that you can warp to, either your bookmark or an anomaly, an MTU, stuff like that. How am I switching characters like that? This is with a program called Evo Preview, Capam. It's called Evo-Preview, and it allows you to run multiple Omega accounts at the same time, and it smartly switches between clients by clicking on these little thumbnails here. It's pretty sweet. 700 a bit much, 200 to 300 is typical. That is true. That is true. As long as, like I said, the important thing, greater than 150. You want to be as close as you can, but greater than 150 so that you can be quick, fast to warp on things. The reason this perch for this gas site specifically is here is because, and we'll talk about this again later probably, gas sites will 99.99% of the time uncloak you even if you warp to 100 at the gas site, which is super lame if you're trying to maintain cloak. So what we do is we set up a perch that's greater than 150 kilometers away from the gas site, and then we can put our Tengu at the perch to watch the gas site. So when a little prospector venture comes along and they're at the gas site, we can see them on grid, we can know exactly where they are, and we can warp to them quickly whilst uncloaking and get the jump on them, and maybe actually be able to get a little kill. We'll talk about that later. Talk about perch sites later. For now, we're just going to use this as an example of how to use D-scan. Gas is a collision mesh. They decloak. Yep. Training at Vigilantes. Approved. That's right, Blitzed. That's right. The Wormhole PD is going to find some new members. By the way, Blitz, by the way, I don't know if you guys would be interested, but the Children of the Chain Alliance is official. We've just started the Children of the Chain Alliance to unite J-Space. That'd be you in a little venture you get the jump on. I will say this, Riggs. If you we're going to talk about the gifts of Bob and how to mine gas later. If you do it correctly, you should never, ever, ever lose a venture or a prospect to either rats or other players ever. Period. The ventures and prospects on gas sites are hands down the hardest things to kill in J-Space. Without a doubt. Unbelievably difficult to kill. Wormhole's alright. Low sec? Ooh, low sec is terrifying. J-Space. J-Space is where it's at, in my opinion. Anyway, we'll convince you, join ops. We'll convince you, join us. Join the Boojum-Verse. Join the Children of the Chain Alliance. Need more flat cannons then, right? Or stealth bombers. Yeah, true. Stealth bombers. Okay. They can be predicted. They can be intercepted by predicting orbits. That's true, Dion. That is true. I have done it before. It's hard. It's easier said than done. Okay, so my God, I'm gonna have to do a lot of editing on YouTube. Wave to YouTube, by the way, everybody. We're gonna do a lot of editing on YouTube to make this a coherent video. You guys are distracting me so much, but that's okay because it's supposed to be a tutorial. We're supposed to ask questions, have some good back and forth, right? That's why we're doing this live. That's why we're doing this live. Hi, Mom. I'm on YouTube. There you go. Blitz knows what's up. Okay, let's say now we're hanging out here, watching our little C2, this little C2 exit. And we want to suddenly, as we're descanning here. Oh my goodness. Lo and behold, as we are descanning. Oh, there's something on descan. A prospect. Its name is Onisu 2. Whatever happened to Onisu 1, we don't know. Definitely didn't die. But this prospect is named Onisu 2, and it's out there somewhere. Somewhere. How do we find it? How do we find it? Now, there are several ways to do this. I would say that the kind of being fast with descan, which is a weird thing to say, being fast on descan is all about having situational awareness on what is happening inside the wormhole. So, for example, I'm descanning. There's a prospect on descan. What do prospects do? Well, they love to hoover down gas sites. Prospects love those gas sites, right? So there's a very high possibility that this prospect is at a gas site. So what can I do to very quickly find it? Well, let's go to a 5-degree angle. I've already got all the gas sites located out here in JSpace. So now let's change our name, or sorry, our type to gas sites. I'm going to hold descan here, and I'm going to click on each of these gas sites, and you'll see we're now going to direct that 5-degree beam at each of these gas sites. Nothing on that first one. Oh, there they are on the second one. Hey, look at that. Our prospect is there. Now I can literally just hit warp 2 here, and we're on the way to go get ourselves a prospect kill, right? Pretty simple. Pretty simple. I can also see on my map which one it is. It selects it for me automatically. So that, with SA, if you know what people are doing, can help you find things very, very, very quickly, right? The same can be applied to ships that you know are ratting ships, for ships that are going and doing PI and going to moons for the different customs depots, explorers that are looking at relic and data sites. All this can help you find what's in your system a lot faster, right? Makes it quick. That's why having all these things scanned down is so important, because it really helps you understand what's happening in your wormhole and can help you use descan that much better. The primary thing we're doing, though, is just utilizing this to know who's in the system, to keep SA, and really for defense, to understand, yep, there's other people here who want to stay cloaked, or it's safe to go and rat, it's safe to go get gas, it's safe to do other things, right? Things like that. Which right now, it is. Relatively. You see, we just keep on descanning. Okay, so let's say we didn't know exactly where they were, or maybe they're in a safe spot, maybe they're not at one of these cosmic signatures. They're out in a safe place, right? How would we find them? So we would start off. What I like to do first is start off with range. So I see something's on descan. I'm now going to hold descan on the map, zoom in, scan. Okay, they're still at 9.5. Can zoom in again. Scan. Still at 5.9, which you can see here. I'm looking at the range down here. Scan. Okay. Zoom in a bit more. Scan. Oh, they're out of range now. Let's bump our range back out a little bit. Still not there. Bump it back out a little bit. Oh, now they're on descan. Now they're showing up. So in this case, I know that they're somewhere within 5.9. And they're at one of these locations that has a green circle around them. So this guy, this guy, this guy. They're at one of those locations, or they're in a safe spot. They're at none of those locations, right? After we've got the range solved, the next thing I typically do is I solve for the actual location, the actual angle. So I like to go to a 180-degree angle. You can see here we've got it set to 180 degrees, so half of our sphere, and we scan this way. Never solve for X. That's right, Rick. Never solve for X. So with that 180-degree scan, we'll go there. You can also see that if you look in space, that also changes where your D-scan looks. You can hold the scanner and your left mouse button, and you can, if you hold scan and left mouse, you'll move your scanner around as well by being over the actual system map. But you can just also look around in space, and that will move your scanner around. So we'll go scan this way. Like, oh no, they're not on this side. Let's scan back this way. Ah, there they are. There's that prospect. Okay. Now I can start to narrow this down. Ooh. Looks like we lost them. They're not on scan anymore. Oh, there they are. So what I like to do is, if there are known locations where they could be, I try to make sure those stay within my scan volume as I now narrow my angle down to attempt to keep on figuring out where they're at. And eventually you get to a spot where you've narrowed it down enough where they're at. You're at a 5-degree and you've figured out generally where they are. Like I said, using this by holding scan and clicking on each of those locations is much faster if they are at a site. If that gas site was not here, though, and they weren't there, this is realistically like one of the fastest ways you're going to be. You're going to have to manually move around to find where these guys are so that you can eventually use combat probes to locate them. Interesting. Kind of big picture. A lot of enemies will hang out in safe spots in J-Space. So, being good on D-Scan, locating where they are out in the middle of nowhere, is very, very helpful. And then, once you've got that location pinpointed, now we can do something like kicking our probes out here, setting it at a 0.25, or actually, if these were combat probes, at a 0.5 AU scan. And with our with our D-scan direction set, we can go put our probes right where we know that location is. And then we can scan this guy down with a single click, which is nice. Okay, let's get these guys back in our cargo hold. We'll cloak up and get that down. So that's a quick overview on D-Scan. Make sure to set this back to 360 and set this back up to max range when you're done D-scanning whatever you're doing, so that you don't forget. And while you're sitting here hoovering down some gas or hacking and exploring, you're D-scanning into the middle of nowhere in a 5-degree angle, and you're getting no scan results back, and you think you're safe. But really, there's someone quickly approaching and lurking to jump up on you and get you. Before trolling local and dropping on whoever I D-scan? Yes, exactly. Can confirm I hide in safe spots. Me too. We're going to talk about that in a second. The new generation of their safe spots. Back in my day, we had to hang by the sun next to our ships and our pods. Show we were men and women. Classic. Mining dummies and salvage drones. That's right. What's going on, Fib? The Jib. Welcome. By the way, as a quick reminder for overview, you can see yelling at us in bright orange on our cosmic anomalies is this Fortification Frontier Stronghold. It's orange like that because it's telling us, hey, man, something new just showed up. So there's a new rat site here, which is great. Once you mouse over it, then boop, it goes away forever. So here's a new one. Oop, there it is. Now it's gone. Okay. You guys, anything to add on D-Scan? We'll probably talk more about it a little later, but anything to add big picture on D-Scan right now? The primary thing you're doing is scanning. Oh, I know what we need to talk about. We need to talk about some more stuff. primary thing we're doing is scanning the entire wormhole just to make sure that we know what's going on in here. The filters on here are very important. They are very important. So if we look at the top of our scan results window, you can see there is, you can align with the solar system map camera, which is kind of insane. I don't like this view because it makes it very difficult for me to figure out what I'm looking at. Versus this view where I move the scanner instead of moving the solar system. So move the solar system around versus moving the scanner around. This makes way more sense to me. My God. You've got your solar system map that you can open and close from the D-scan results window. And then the most important thing is your filters, right? So these filters are where you make or break your ability to D-scan well. Right now, it says there's no scan results, but I've filtered 87 of them. Oh my. So if I go to General All here, look at all these things that are actually on D-scan. All of which I really don't care about that much, except for to know that in this wormhole, somebody's got one or several player-owned stations, so POSs. They're those little sticks. They got a whole bunch of guns and artillery and a bunch of other random stuff in here. There's also an Eve Scout rescue cache here, too, which is awesome. I don't really care about those things right now when it comes to hunting or preventing being hunted, right? What I care about are ships. So I filter those. Now, if you go to our in-game chat, the Boojum, we have a couple of different overview settings that we use. The primary one that we use is called Z to S overview. That is what's going to set up your filters. So your overview settings are what allows you to choose your filters here. We're not going to go super in-depth into this right now because that is a rabbit hole. But if we go to our overview settings here, the filters in your D-scan window are tied to the overview filter settings here that you can create and edit and fit. So you can see these are my D-scan filters. I've got one that I use for hunting, which has drones included. I've got one that I use running that doesn't have drones. I've got one that's for defense, which is just ships. So I use mainly hunting with drones and defensive primarily. The important thing is that they are tied to your filters. You can also tie your D-scan settings to whatever your active tab on your overview is if you want to. I recommend you do not do that. I recommend you keep your D-scan results different than your overview tab because you really want them to be different in JSpace. I want to make sure that this is never messed up. We may or may not have lost a ship because we were not D-scanning what we thought we were D-scanning because we were on the wrong overview tab and we had them linked. Hoot Johnson, what's going on? Do you know if the nullsec events ice sites are better than high-sec? I have heard that the low-sec ones are the best ones. But I've also heard that the low-sec and the null-sec sites are more difficult than the high-sec event sites. They have more waves, if that's helpful. I've never actually done any of the low-sec or the null-sec ice event sites. I've only done high-sec ones so far. Okay. So that's a quick overview and explanation of D-scan and how it's used. There's way more that goes into it. It really is an art to get good at it. So we might talk more about that later. But before we move on, I want to pause here to catch up with chat and also see if you guys have any questions or additions on what we just talked about, especially for you experienced D-scanners. That's a big sippy cup. It is. It is. Hodge Dew, by the way, welcome, Mike. Welcome. It is a rather large sippy cup. Staying hydrated is the key to mental agility. Gotta have that extra water for your synapses. Did the prospect disappear? Sorry about that, Riggs. It sure did disappear. The prospect sure did disappear. Back into the shadows, the little prospect went. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Should get them on that gas site. There's some good stuff. There's some pretty good gas sites in here. We're going to talk about that later on. I scanned down the D. Yeah. Get him. Get him. Okay. Okay. How far have we made it? How far are we in our tutorial? We made it to D scanning, guys. We're 3 items in. Let's talk about forging the chain. Let's talk about forging the chain. Get back over here. There we go. All right. Scanning. Scanning. What is that? 15. Confirmed. Level 5 needed. Very small, right? Okay. When it comes to forging the chain, what do we mean by that? In short, it is how we go from one location, one system to another through a wormhole, right? So there's a lot that goes into this. We're going to start with wormhole identification, which is really the first step. We've scanned down a wormhole. We found one. Here it is. We warp not to 0. We warp to 70 kilometers on the wormhole because we don't know where it goes yet. And once we are on grid, we are going to cloak up if we need to. So we're nice and safe. We're going to look at this wormhole and identify it and figure out where it goes. And then we're going to decide if we want to go through it or not. If you're in high sec or low sec or anywhere in K space, the same process applies. We're going to find the wormhole. We're going to go take a look at it and decide if we want to go in there or not. And then once we get on the other side, we're going to do a bunch of stuff. This is forging the chain. We continue this every time we jump from wormhole to wormhole, and thus the chain grows, which is spectacular. That's where mapping tools can come in, where bookmarking is important. Okay. So let's take a look at this wormhole. This is a C2 wormhole, and large ships can pass through this thing. It is stable, and it is fresh. What do I mean by all of those statements? And how do we know that? Just by looking at it. Each wormhole, if you zoom in on the center here, gives you a glimpse into what is on the other side of that wormhole. In this case, you can see as we look through the looking glass, look through the lens of this wormhole, there's a nebula in there. This black spot here in the iris of the wormhole, this black spot right here, tells me that this is a C2 wormhole, a Class 2 wormhole. Now, if you click on the wormhole itself, you can also see it says wormhole K162. When you're nomading through J-Space, and I would say pragmatically, realistically, the only wormhole number identifier that you really care about is K162. K162 means that this wormhole I'm looking at right here is the exit to the other end. So on the other side of this wormhole, in that C2, in that Class 2 wormhole, that would be called the entrance. This one is the exit. What that means is that that wormhole originated in the C2 and connected to the wormhole that I'm in, which is a C3, a Class 3 wormhole. Why that's important is for understanding when wormholes are showing up in yours. So in this case, somebody in that C2 may have rolled that wormhole and the exit appeared here, A K162 that shows up in my system generally leads me to believe that there are other active players on the other side of that wormhole. And they could be coming through or waiting for me on the other side, in general. Okay, that's why I think K162 is important. This is going to be an in-depth tutorial. We're going kind of off the deep end here. So, they are also known as wandering wormholes. That's true. That is true. The important thing to note is that they are an exit. Somebody on the other end is there potentially and could have opened this wormhole for us. Okay. Let's talk about how we know this is a C2. We got that little black dot there. That's how we know this one's a C2 specifically. If I were looking at this wormhole and there was a red dot, I would know that it's a C3. And you say to yourself, Boojum, what does that red dot look like? How do you know? I'll show you. There it is. That giant nebula there, that red nebula is what you would see looking into a C3 wormhole. We are in a C3. I can tell I'm in a C3 just by looking at the nebula. It's got this. All Class 3 wormholes have this big red sort of splotch. Just like all C2 wormholes, which we're going to go take a look at in a second here, have this sort of black-looking splotch. Okay. Let's talk about the factors of a wormhole. There's two things primarily. Three, actually. There is the longevity of the wormhole, or the lifespan of the wormhole. 24-ish hours is the maximum. There is the stability of a wormhole that is affected by ships passing through the wormhole. The more mass that goes through a wormhole, the less stable it becomes. And the third factor that you can tell just by looking at the wormhole is what size ships can go through the wormhole. Those are the three things you can see, along with the class, you can see just by looking at it. How easy to get trapped in a wormhole? You've always seen them as the dangerous unknown where there is no returning. Hoot, it's only you can only get trapped in a wormhole if you don't bring a way to scan wormholes down, or you're not very diligent about your bookmarks. So as long as you have probe scanners and can scan wormholes down, it is impossible for you to be trapped in a wormhole, because you can just scan down wormholes that will lead back to K-space or to other wormholes. Even if you brought no scanners in and you do a good job of bookmarking wormholes, as long as you leave before the wormhole closes and collapses, you'll be good. But if you're in a wormhole and it collapses, then you by yourself solo will not be able to find a new wormhole because it has to be scanned down. So somebody else would need to scan it down for you and then lead you to it, which I've done many times. I've gone and found people in J-Space to go and scan down sites for them and let them fleet warp to me or use bookmarks and get them back out of J-Space before. In fact, Eve Scouts and Signal Cartel make it their business to help you escape from J-Space if you get lost, and they are very, very good at it. The average time, if you have no idea where you are in J-Space except for the J number, the system name, the average time for them to find you and rescue you is 8 days. That's impressive. Over 2,500 wormholes. Over 2,500 wormholes. Takes them only 8 days to find you. Or just ask members of my chat who have ships in almost every single wormhole in the game. There are distractions, that's true. And yes, Tadema, wormholes are always connected to at least one other system. We're going to talk about those third-party tools, Tadema, Dion, Galaxy Finder, Pathfinder, and Tripwire. We're going to talk about those. I use Pathfinder personally, but I think Tripwire is also amazing. Don't have a lot of experience with Galaxy Finder. I might try it out. We're going to check them out in a second. So fittings will cover rollers and 0-point entangles. Yes. Yeah, exactly. Rook. We would really go into the fits when it comes to how to roll wormholes. I don't think we're gonna get to rolling wormholes today. That might be for tomorrow. Really, what I want to do on this tutorial, this survival guide, is make people aware of stability on wormholes and that they could collapse. You have to be careful, and how you can affect that. So we're going to talk about that in a second. But as far as the art of rolling a wormhole, we'll have to talk about that later. ABG Shipyard, what is going on? Welcome. Thank you for the follow. Night Flyer, what has happened? Welcome as well. Okay. So let's talk about identifying these wormholes really quick here, right? We already said that looking into the iris of the wormhole allows you to classify the wormhole itself. Let's take another example. This wormhole is a nullsec wormhole. You literally see what is happening on the other side of this wormhole in nullsec, in K-space. That is where this is. So let's play a game. Let's see if we can't figure out where... Stand by. That's the sound of a splash that just occurred on, I think it was this C2 site. So we're just going to keep on D-scanning. We're ready to hit T here. Ooh, a venture. And I know I've seen this signal, this name before. Vepers. This person looks familiar to me. This person looks familiar. We got a contract for a giveaway. Ooh, thank you, Rook, to remind me about that in a little bit. So, this will be a quick aside, really quick. Let's see what happens when a venture shows up. Or anybody shows up, right? Let's run some quick background checks on this person. Vepers. Throw them up on Zkill. See what they're up to. They just came from a C2. They're probably wormholers. They have 0 kills. They've lost 0 ships. That's not true. They've lost 2 ships in a C5 and a C3, and they were born in May. Quite young. They're almost certainly an alt account. Yep. Definitely an alt. Member of Orion Security Systems. Cool. For 4 days. Their employment history, School of Applied Knowledge, and then Orion Security Systems. They were in the School of Applied Knowledge since... Oh, actually, they were born in... Oh, yeah, so 208 days. Not too bad. Okay. Cool. They're still out there somewhere, so now let's see. Can we scan down this little venture? Let's see where they're at. They're probably at a safe spot, or maybe going to try and get some gas, right? Let me answer some of your questions first, though, really quick. So there are an exhaustive number of wormholes. You can't lose any items when if you can eventually find it. That is correct. That is correct. There are a specific number of wormholes, a little over 2,500. Let's see. Riggs, when would you decide to go in or just leave it? We're going to talk about that in a second, Riggs. Remind me if I don't talk about it, but really... We're probably not going to go into a wormhole that I think is end of life and could collapse at any moment. Or is so unstable that it may collapse due to my ship passing through it, trapping me on that side. Sometimes I will go through those wormholes intentionally to bring my fleet through very quickly and hope that it collapses behind me or keeps other people from following me. But we're nomading. I don't care if a wormhole closes behind us. It's no big deal for us. Let's see. This wormhole goes to Galente space near the border of Minmatar space. We're going to take a look at that nullsec one, Rook. We're going to do that experiment in a second. It might. Let's see. There's a lot of wormholes here. Okay, so let's see what is Duffy up to here. Let's do a little practical experiment. See if we can't find Duffy, and see if we can't get a kill with our Tengu, huh? All right, so we got a little venture here, out here mining. If we're super lucky, they would be actually... Oh, my God. We are super lucky. They're on grid with us right here. Oh, my goodness. Look at them there. This little venture here. Sitting here on grid. Hoovering up this gas. So I want to show you guys how unbelievably difficult it is to get a kill here. Unbelievably difficult to kill a venture. Okay, so we've got our Tengu here. We're going to warp to our perch point, the little gas perch point that we have there, next to our friend Boojum, and Boojum. So we're going to warp to 20 clicks off of our friend so we don't uncloak ourselves. And this is why I say getting ventures and prospects, even with a perch point setup, is so difficult on these gas sites. You really have to have a lot of bookmarks set in there to be able to like tie these guys down. Here's what is going to happen, I guarantee it. We are going to try to warp to this spot right here. It's going to uncloak us. I mean, we could try to slow boat our way over here. The problem is we're just a little too far away. So, as you can see, this person should be moving. Yes, they're in a nice orbit. So that makes this very difficult. But we're going to warp to the center here. We're going to try to get them as quickly as we can. We're going to uncloak along the way. And they are very likely going to warp off and escape. They're probably also pretty fast. That's just the way it's going to be. So we're going to uncloak as we go. If anything, we'll give them a little spook, a little scare, though. Why do we uncloak? So we can immediately start to approach this person and get AB going. We also have our wrong missiles loaded. We really want javelins loaded. Try to lock them up as quick as we can. And if we can get a couple of shots off, that'd be cool. We're in range for it, which is nice. They might not be paying attention. We've got our AB going. We're approaching as quick as we can. They should escape. Yep, there they go. Looks like they went to the sun, so we're going to warp to that. We'll go to 100, expecting that they may have done that as well. If I had my combat fit for my Astero, we'd be camping that C2 wormhole. But realistically, they should get out of there pretty easily. See if they jump twice. They either hit a safe or they went back to a C2. We'll cloak up here. They're not on grid. And we'll try to see if we can't pin them down a little bit. They're probably in a safe point. They retreated back into the C2. Classic. Okay. So, almost got him. Almost got him. But you can see it's pretty tricky. Pretty tricky to get them if they're paying attention. If they're AFK, yeah, that's where you get those easy kills, right? Anybody who's AFK is a gift from Bob. Truly, truly a gift from Bob or the AFK players. All right, let's go back to what we were talking about. We're going to try and identify this null-spec spot. Thought that would have been a sure kill, right, Riggs? No, no. Oh, no. The ventures and the prospects are so slippery. So slippery. Now, the reason I knew we were not going to get them is because our warp scrambler range is 11 kilometers. So if we could get the warp scrambler on, we would have had them. But we'd have to be within 11 kilometers. But even with a Tengu, even with like the max application damage that we can have, they still are able to get away. They've got a, yep, and they have that bonus to warp core strength. So you couldn't even use a warp disruptor. If I had a 25 kilometer warp disruptor that I had applied and actually got on them, they could have still warped off. By doing nothing, they can just warp away because a warp disruptor only does one warp core strength disruptor instead of you need at least 2. In this case, a scrambler gives us 3. I think it's 3. Okay. Let's talk about identifying this guy. So this guy goes out into nullsec, right? Yeah, you need at least 3. That's it. It needs at least 3. That's right, to overcome. Which the warp scrambler gives you. The Venture's got +2. That's what it is, yeah. And the prospect. Yeah, getting a prospect and a venture kill on a gas site especially is super difficult. On ore sites, a lot easier. Warp core stab would work. Yep, if they have a warp core stab. Faction scram works if they have no stab. True, that's exactly right. That's what we use. We use a faction scrambler that gives us a warp scramble strength of 3. But you got to get close. Got to get so close, right? 11 clicks. Okay, so looking through this wormhole, this is more than you really need. Really what we care about is like, hey, this goes to K space and it goes to nullsec. How do we know that? Well, if we look at the information on this wormhole, we can see it says an unstable wormhole deep in space. Wormholes of this kind usually collapse after a few days. 1 day. They always collapse in 1 day. And can lead to anywhere. This wormhole seems to lead to null security space. So the information tab tells you literally where it goes. For high sec, for null sec, and for low sec. It also tells you where it goes for Thera and Pochvin. If it goes to Thera, it'll say this leads to the mysterious wormhole known as Thera. For Pochvin, it says it leads to Triglavian space. Oh, we're back. Friends are back for more. More interruptions. Exciting interruptions. Duffy's back again. Hello, Duffy. They cloaked on grid here. Interesting. Okay. Let's give him a little praise Bob, shall we? A little book of Bob. I saw my first Thera hole the other day. Oh, dude, Thera's amazing. Thera is the best system in all of New Eden. It's so beautiful, so much fun, so dangerous, Praise Bob. Throw him a little book of Bob there while we continue to talk. Okay, we got a new friend in the wormhole. Happy that they're alive and savvy. Now then, wormholes, if you click on information for this wormhole, a wormhole that leads to wormhole space, to J space, will not tell you what class it goes to. You have to be able to identify that by looking at it or going into the wormhole itself. In this case, it says, this wormhole seems to lead into unknown parts of space. If it says unknown parts of space, you know that is leading to J space. That is leading to wormhole space. It does break it apart into a little bit of nuance and class, though. C1 through C3 say unknown parts of space. C4 and C5 class wormholes will say this wormhole seems to lead you into dangerous parts of space. And then the C6 wormhole will say this wormhole leads you into deadly parts of space. Exactly. Okay. You can also see the time that is left on this wormhole. This wormhole is beginning to decay and probably won't last another day. That means there is somewhere between 4 hours left on this wormhole and 24 hours left on this wormhole. When this now says this wormhole is beginning to decay and is approaching its end of life, or is EOL, that means there is between 4 hours and like minutes left on the wormhole. Very little time left. That's how long the lifespan of it remains. Now we get into its stability. This wormhole has not yet had its stability significantly disrupted by ships passing through it. So this is a stable wormhole. Just little guys, little amounts of mass maybe have gone through this here and there. But it's a stable wormhole, no big deal. And then it says, larger ships can pass through this wormhole. So like I said, we knew all that information that's on that information tab just by looking at it. So if you go to Eve University or Eve Wiki, they've got some great wormhole guides on how to identify the different classes of them. You can identify them by the iris, the class by the iris, the stability of the wormhole is identified by how wobbly it is. So you can kind of see that this wormhole, the iris sort of pulsates a little bit. This is a weird thing to there's no other way to describe this, but this is what it pulsates like this. Don't clip that. As it gets more wobbly, pulsating more, wibbly wobbly, that's less and less stable. Sorry, that's closer and closer to its end of life. The wobbliness is its time left, its longevity. So the more wibbly wobbly, the more closer it is to end of life. Like super wibbly wobbly ones will be like very close to end of life. This one's not very wibbly wobbly. It's not really undulating super jellyfish. It's a little jellyfish. Slightly jellyfish. The size of this iris is the stability. Thanks, dude. The size is the stability. So as it becomes more unstable, the wormhole will shrink. The more mass that passes through a wormhole, the more ships that fly through the wormhole, the smaller and smaller and smaller it gets until it's just a little tiny guy, a little guy, and then it will go and vanish and disappear. And finally, these wispy lines, these wonderful wisps that go out and back in that circle the wormhole, these wisps tell you what size ships can fly through here. So these gray wisps, like old gray hair, that means that large ships can go through here. Blue, like very bright blue, beautiful little blue wisps mean only small, tiny ships can go through here. And medium ships are kind of like a teal color. So this nullsec one, this is also large ships. Gray wispiness. Gray wispiness. Okay. Man. This is it. This is a lot. A lot of in-depth guide here. My goodness. Quick poll of the audience. How many ships are inside our wormhole right now that we know of? That's right. 5. Because Duffy's still here. They just went to the sizable perimeter reservoir again. We're going to try again, Duffy. They really want that gas. My goodness. Let's see if this is a trap. Yeah, exactly. 3 Proteus behind you. Want to see the wormhole that goes to the secret cow level? Dude, that would be spectacular. See how quick this Venture can warp off. Very quick, I imagine. Unless they reconfigured for PvP. That would be tight. Oh, another Tengu's here. Yes, perfect. And a Proteus.
Warp drive active.
See? Always a trap. Always a trap. Goodbye, Venture. Well played, though. Well played. That's why descanning is so important. But now we're cloaked up. We get to watch these guys sit here, Poor dudes. Poor little ones. Almost, though. Almost. Well played. Well played, Proteus. Let's see. Who are these guys? Let's get some intel on these guys. We've got Moral Sin, and let's get this guy. Smolly look, something or other. A little battle venture, right? Dude, it's too bad. It's too bad that that little venture didn't come and try to tackle us. That's what they should have done. I don't think they had any tackle on the venture. How much traffic have I seen come through the nullsec wormholes? Very little, Glitch. Very little. In comparison to high or low holes. Oh, the most traffic is from high sec, for sure. Then low sec, then null sec. Very, very few people from null sec go and delve into wormhole space. It's too bad. It's really too bad. Okay, well, that was exciting. Right before our break, too. Look at all these guys sitting here thinking about what to do. I wonder if these guys are going to roll this wormhole or nah. As you figured, I always wondered. Yeah, so who here thought that that was going to be a trap, huh? I know I did. Everything is bait in wormhole space, by the way. Everything is bait. Always be ready for that. Raises my hand? Yeah, exactly. All right, quick question. How many ships are in our wormhole now? How many ships are in our wormhole? There's at least 4, right? 7? Another. Oh, it's Peppers again. Well, there were 3 plus the 4 of us, so there were 7. The Proteus and the Tengu went back through the C2. That venture either cloaked and went back in or came back out. I saw 2 splashes. A ship disappeared, and then there was a 3rd splash, and the venture appeared. So there may be 1 additional ship in here somewhere. And that venture's all cloaked up now. So they're cloaked up and watching, chilling out. Praising Bob, probably. Praising Bob. All right, so we're going to talk about... We want to talk again about... let's get back to what we were talking about. This little low sec hole, yeah? Null sec hole. This null sec hole. Identifying where it goes. But before we do that, before we jump in, we finish our last little conversation on this guy, and then go on into forging the chain and how we do that. We're going to take a short break. Let's get a little giveaway set up for that, too. And be ready to rock and roll. You should come run high cover with the Proteus. Ooh, that'd be fun. That'd be fun, Hoot. Hell yes. Next weekend, everybody's going to be able to join our armada, our little fleet here. We're going to go do this practically. We're going to do this together next weekend on Saturday and Sunday, the 28th and the 29th. It's going to be awesome. Okay, we'll see how many ships we can lose today. Let's see. Let's get a new giveaway going. Let's see. What do we want to do for this guy? We'll do a classic. Well, I feel like we need to do a classic here. We are in danger, but also we could get some wonderful kills here. So, on Twitch, hashtag praise on Bob. Sorry, on YouTube. Nailed it. Hashtag Bob. On Twitch, hashtag praise. On YouTube, hashtag Bob. We're going to take a short break, and when we get back, we're going to continue to explore how to forge the chain and figure out what these other cats and dogs are doing here, huh? All right. See you in a moment. Okay, we're back. Back for a little bit more of this tutorial. I was looking up the Orion security systems, and I don't think that they have an alliance. Ooh, somebody either came out of this nullsec hole or went into it. I feel like they probably came out of it. Oh yeah, there they are. Aha, we knew that that guy was still here. That buzzard, yes. Knew they were here. Moral sin. How do I tell if they're in an alliance? Are you in an alliance? They're not, right? Let's see. Maybe we can get them to join our alliance. Oh, they went through this one, I do believe. Click corporation. Employment history. Oh yeah, this guy. I don't... are they in alliance? Oh, they are. Are they? No. Not in an alliance, right? There is a Boojum alliance, Hoot. Yes, there is. Just started. The Children of the Chain Alliance. Where we shall be uniting all of J-Space together in the Children of the Chain Alliance. Yes. There'd be a logo on the top part of the corp info panel if there was an alliance, so there's not one. Aha! So, there's no place like hole. Close. Fleet Avengers. Okay, so we need to find... Need to get these guys into our alliance. NPLH. So we wanted to go with Chain as our ticker, Rook, but that was taken. So instead we went with Art Gravy's suggestion, and we chose Awake. Awake, Children of the Chain. It is time for the Children of Anoikis, the followers of Bob, the Wanderers of the Void, to awaken and rise up against all of known space. Yes, awake. Awake. Okay. Yeah, if you guys want to join the alliance, you 100% should. Fleet Avengers, is that your corporation, Hoot? How do I invite people to the alliance? Corporation. Alliance. Ha ha! The Children of the Chain. Yes. 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 Can I practice 2 beliefs as a child of the chain? As a COC? Yes, you absolutely can, Rook. Of course you can. We embrace chaos. All things chaos. Anyway, this is Children of the Chain Alliance. You all should join it. You all will join it eventually. As our alliance becomes more and more powerful. What the hell were we doing? A giveaway. A giveaway. And then we're going to go try and forge a chain a little bit here and maybe get these guys to join in. So let's do this giveaway, shall we? Hashtag praise on Twitch. Hashtag Bob on YouTube. Give you guys a last call for that. And then while we do that, we're going to talk real fast like on this wormhole, this nullsec wormhole. So it's out in nullsec. Now I don't really recognize this too much. That little guy there, that little nebula. There is kind of this orangey looking nebula guy here. So let's go ahead and pull in one of the tools that we can use to identify where things are in K-space, which is pretty much a picture. Let's see. A little picture that I think I have saved here somewhere. Hello? Thought I saw a ship fly away there, and it wasn't though. It was just a little wispy. Here we go. So this is literally like a PDF picture of some of the sort of nebulae that are all in K-space. So you can kind of use to help sort of identify things. So like the ring is a super obvious one. There is, I know, like a little belt down here. So like, see this little nebula here? I think that this nullsec spot is down here somewhere. It could be over here, but it's pretty far away from whatever the orange nebula is that is nearby it. I like to use this a bunch. This is pretty sweet. I can throw a link for this in the description or a link in the chat if you guys want it. It's just like a little PDF file. I might even have it on my Discord. I might have it on the Discord. So let's take a look. Now, I don't want to go through this wormhole and give myself away necessarily. We will in a second here, but I don't necessarily want to go through there right now. So that's the little nebula I'm looking at. And I think it's kind of down in the south. So let's pull this guy up. And take a look down here. I think it might be kind of down in this direction, right? So let's pick a planet here. Let's go to this system. Zoom all the way in. Whoop, there we go. And then let's click on show info on a planet in a system that we think might be kind of nearby. Could be kind of cool. Don't want to go through right now. Push a friend through, right? That's right. Now then, we're going to click on View Planetary Industry. Oh, look. We can see what it would look like if I were in that system. Look how gigantic that nebula is. There's a bunch of nebulae here. You can see that there is, see that? That kind of gray streak there. Yeah, that looks about right. That looks about right. There's that big orange nebula. Now, this guy's a little bright here. So we might, maybe we're a little off. Maybe we're a little bit off. But there's that kind of bright one. And then there's this sort of streak here. Look at that brightness there. Is that... That might be the New Eden Nebula, like the Eden Gate. Let's take a look again. Let's try again. Let's see. Eden Gate is kind of over here. It could be by Fountain, maybe. I don't think it's up by the outer ring so much over there. Let's try this guy. Eden Gate's like right over here. Let's try something over here. See what's in this region. I'm not as good at this as other people are, but we know the method, though. We know the method. View Planetary Industry. So there's that. That nebula is pretty close. Yeah, so it's not over here. We're too far into that nebula. It's kind of more back where we were before. So it's probably a lot more. It's on this side. Maybe it's way down here. Let's take a look at this. How about this little guy? What's in here? Any planets here I can view for some industry? Yeah, view planetary industry. Oh, yes. Yes, this looks like it could be promising. There's that gray spot there. Let's see how far off we are. We're probably like way far off. I'm really not good at this. Typho is way better at this than I am. Significantly better at this. Let's call this the nullsec perch. We're going to make a quick save point here. Called nullsec perch. Let's leave that save to wormholes. It'll despawn in a little bit. And let's warp to... Let's just click on this guy and we'll just jump through this guy. We'll see what's here. And then we'll get our giveaway after that. Aurora Blad, what is going on? Welcome, welcome. I really got to go... I really want to see if we can figure out if we can get these guys to join our alliance too, right? That'd be super cool. I would love that. Adu for... By the way, what's going on? YouTube. Okay. So, anytime you jump through a wormhole, it doesn't matter where you're going. Anytime you jump through a wormhole, the first thing we're going to do is D-scan. Is there anything on D-scan? No. Then we're going to right-click on the wormhole. We're going to save location. I use an up arrow and then the actual type or class of the wormhole. I use a little up dash thing, whatever it's called, up caret, to let me know that that is where I came from. That is my originating place. That is my technique and strategy for that. That makes it super easy to manage the chain and know where I came from, and kind of not necessarily where I went, but it tells me where I came from. Okay, so there's one person here in local, Freeze Man, wherever that guy is. There's nothing on D-scan though. They might be over here. We've bookmarked our system. Let's go check out. Let's go warp to this guy here. We'll reload to rages, and we're going to cloak up here as well. I'm not going to bother to scan down this wormhole because there's only one cosmic signature right now. And while we're on our way, a weak metaliminal gamma ray system. Ooh, interesting. While we're on our way over here to just descan and see if that other person is over here, let's take a look at where we are in space. Way off. We were way off. This is where we are. We were by, like, drone space or something over here, by the spire. Way off. So let's take a look at the nebula here just to see. Okay, so you can see that little bit of a streak there. I don't really see. That's the sun. There's not really any bright orange stuff. So, can't always get it right. Can't always get it right. HZ area? Yeah. We're like way over here in a weird spot. Kind of a strange looking system. We probably could jump out to another region. Or another... If we jump to another one, it would probably be a little bit more obvious. But anyway... That's kind of the way that you do it. I'm still practicing and getting to learn all the regions as much as we can. So we didn't do a good job on that one. We did a bad job on that one. But sometimes we can get pretty close. Sometimes we get really close. I thought for sure that we had it, but we were way off. Way off. That's okay. It's nice to be able to jump into nullsec every now and then and go and hunt down some Ishtars. It's pretty fun. All right, let's jump on back into this little C3. Oh, by the way, that's what the C3 looks like. Should have stopped and looked at that for a second while we were there. And we're still nice and clear on D-scan here. That venture is still in here somewhere. Let's see. Going to go to our perch here. And cloak up on it. Be good to go. Got a frame of the Tengu on D-scan for a second. Okay, perfect. Now then, let's do this giveaway, huh? Let's roll this giveaway. I'm gonna roll it on Twitch first and then YouTube as we do. Alchemist again on Twitch? Oh my goodness. You guys are cleaning up today. Oh my goodness. What is up? On the trigger. Let's go, Alchemist. Nice. Let's see. What do we have? I think old Rook assigned a contract to us. What is this? Hieronius Gifts. Oh my goodness. Oh my. Oh, a Fado, bro. There's a Fado in one of these. Rook. Oh my god. These are amazing. Okay. Holy. Well. Fado and AA skin for me, then boxers for chat. Love that, Rook. Hell yes. By the way, if you guys didn't know, as members of the Boojum Corporation, we always carry a Fado in our ship's inventory. Why? Because someday, these little Fados shall grow to become the Boojum creatures that shall bring back in the Age of Bob. That's right. These little stinky boys that clean your ship. someday grow to be gigantic, fearsome, living ships. Amazing, amazing Fado Bros. Oh my goodness. A Loru raid. Let's go. Let's go. A Loru raid. Oh my god.
NANI?
What is up, everybody? You caught us right in the middle of doing some giveaways too. Welcome, welcome everyone. Oh my goodness. Nani is right. What is happening? Dude, Loru, what is going on? 07s. 07s to you all. How was the frigate tournament? How was the little frigate tournament? It looked like it was going amazing. Loru, what is happening? Let's go. Thank you for the raid. Oh my god. Huge shout out to Loru Mirth. The man, the myth, the legend. Unbelievable is right. Oh man. Dude, well, we're gonna have to do a couple more giveaways here. Everybody who's showing up, we're doing a couple of giveaways. Hashtag praise in the chat here on Twitch. And then if you guys would like to join the giveaway on YouTube, you can there as well. We've got YouTube giveaways too. In fact, our YouTube channel, we're live on YouTube. Hashtag YouTube nailed it. If you want to jump in there, hashtag Bob on YouTube. Hashtag praise here on Twitch. Hashtag Bob on YouTube. Today, we are doing a wormhole survival guide. The J-Space guide to surviving, staying alive in all of Anoikos. Oh, yes. We've been at it for a while. This has been spectacular. Dude, all of the follows, Luber, X-Ray, Jimmy, Gimo, Joe, Mount Lord Cobra, Beef Burger to Swans. What is going on? Saloonzo? Dude, look at all these follows. Oh, my goodness. Let's go. Let's go. Wow. Great frigate tournament. Dinkleberry was a great organizer. Lord did a great job streaming it, and CCP was reliable. Nice. Hell yes. Love that. Love that, X-Ray. Dude, that looked like it was a lot of fun. That looked like it. I love little PvP frigate tournaments. They're so much fun. We need to do another one on our channel too. Dude, the follows don't stop. Ender, Deekstrat, what is happening, everybody? Nice mustache. Thank you, Luber. Thank you. We do the best that we can. We do what we can. Oh my goodness. Thorn. CCP Zeloose. What is up? What is up? CCP Zealous. Oh, yes. Oh, my goodness. This is amazing. This is outstanding. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the Boojum-Verse. If it wasn't obvious, we enjoy Wormhole space. We are brand new EVE Online players. We started playing, I say brand new, we started playing in April. So right before the Capsuleer Day events of this year. So we haven't even got a year under our belt yet. CCP Thunder Daddy. That's right. And man, do we love J-Space. We love Wormhole space. So we are currently ongoing 4 months of nomading our way through J-Space. People ask us, what's your home station? Where do you live? Nowhere. Everywhere. All of Anoikos is our home. We are in the middle of creating a project we call the Anoikos Freeport Project, where we are going to be anchoring free ports all throughout J-Space so that everybody can come and explore J-Space for themselves, and all while spreading the word of Bob, the teaching of Bob, the wormhole god. Oh my goodness. Utrecht with $1 to Wounded Warrior. Thank you so much. $1 to the Wounded Warrior Project. Let's go. Hell yes. You guys can always see we always have a charity going on our stream here. Today we're earning money for the Wounded Warrior Project. We're almost halfway to our $500 goal, which is amazing. Loru, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Dude, yes, all of Loru's guide videos are spectacular. We're trying to follow in your footsteps, Loru, as much as we can here in EVE Online and on New Eden and in YouTube and all that stuff too. So Thank you so much for the raid, and thank you for all that you do as well. Bob won Ark and then moved to Eve. That's right. That's right. B-Task. B-Task swooping in with $100 to Wounded Warrior. Let's go, B-Task. Oh, my God. Dude, B-Task. Good Lord. What a legend. The legend of EVE Online. B-Task themselves swooping in with $100 to Wounded Warrior. The hands down most generous EVE Online player in the community. Easy. Easy as B-Task. My goodness. Dude, thank you so much. Because I'm making my voice hoarse. Been talking so much today. Oh my God. A big heart and bees case. That's right. That's right. Yeah, so we just started an alliance. The Children of the Chain Alliance. Now, if any of you know anything about Wormhole space, you'll know that it is populated by chaotic, tribal, crazy, wonderful corporations, all making their way through what many believe to be the most dangerous, lawless land in all of New Eden, even beyond that of Nullsec. The Children of the Chain Alliance is going to unite all of the tribes of Wormhole space together, that one day we may rise up against those in known space, against Nullsec, Lowsec, and Highsec, and all of Anoikos shall spill forth from their wormholes to lay fire to the laws and the orders and the stargates of K-space, and let them know that chaos, that impermanence, is the will of Bob. Bob, the next coming of Bob, is soon. Anyway, if you guys would like to join us in that event, to unite all of J-Space together and go and assault all of known space with a massive amount of blue loot and gas behind us, you are absolutely welcome to. Praise Bob! Praise Bob! All right. Let's do some giveaways, guys. Let's do some giveaways. Hashtag praise in the Twitch chat. Hashtag Bob in the YouTube chat. We're going to be rolling. We're going to be rolling a couple of these. We already have one that we need to give away here really quick. We are giving away some wonderful items that have been donated by none other than Adia Rose Davenport. A Flash Praxis giveaway. So we're going to be giving away a Praxis here on our Twitch chat in just a moment, which is going to be amazing. And then we're going to be giving away a couple things on YouTube as well. In fact, on our YouTube giveaway, we're going to give away one of our CCP skins, one of the Media Miasma skins, which I'm very excited about. We had a winner just before this wonderful raid. Old Alchemist here. Alchemist, you threw your in-game name in the chat. Do it for me one more time, since I'm so flustered by having so many amazing people in the chat right now. And we'll send this off your way. There we go. Personal assets. Hieronius, a wonderful loot crate donated by Adia Rose. There we go. All in all to Lemont. That's right. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. That is on its way. Now then, let's roll this again on Twitch. And we're going to roll it 2 more times on YouTube. So this next one is going to be for this amazing Praxis that we just got donated by Adia Rose. Tenuous Rook here in the chat. Had the audacity to win right before a raid, right? I'm in a shuttle with 1.8 billion ISK modules in it. Dude, DRB. Fly dangerously. Fly dangerous. Yes. All right, we're rolling this thing on Twitch. You guys ready? Here we go. Nucky T with the win. Oh, my God. Let's go. Let's go. Good Lord. Good Lord. Rigged. Rigged. So rigged, right? Phobianka. All right, let's see. Where'd that praxis go? Where did that praxis go? I know you're here somewhere. Ooh, there's a little Fado bro. Love the Fado bros. We were just talking about them. We always have a Fado in our ship's cargo hold. Mainly so that if we get killed out here in Anoikis, someone will look at the Fado and say, why? How? Why is there a Fado here? That's the main reason. Where is this guy? Let's use our skills, huh? Let's use our technology. There you are. There we go. Great contract. Alrighty. Love, love, love that. Phobianka, that's right. Hell yes. Okay. That's our Twitch giveaways. Now, on to the YouTubes. On to the YouTubes. Hashtag Bob in YouTube. We're going to be giving away one of those. Been playing Eve for a decade. Only learned about the Fado items like 6 months ago. Dude, right? Yes. Carry cows and water. Ah, yes. All offerings to Bob, Mabe. Hopefully someone will look after it. That's right. If not, then at least they make a sacrifice to the sun. That's all I ask. Is that if we die in J-Space, bring our frozen corpse to the sun, destroy it there as a worthy sacrifice to Bob to ensure that the chain continues. You can see I currently have two sacrifices to Bob in our inventory here on our Tengu. We captured those. We actually captured those out in Nullsec the other day. Doing a little fishing out there, which was quite a lot of fun. Okay, here we go. YouTube giveaways. It's time. Time for the YouTube giveaways. Johan Benship. Let's go. Let's go. First one for you. Let's grab. We're going to give you a CCP medium miasma skin, of which we have, I do believe, 2 left. That's right. Oh, yes. That is the greatest offering, Hoot. That's right. That's right. Rubok. All right. Let me make sure we get this right. Rubok. Make sure this is you. Let me know. Let me know. Not as rigged. True. Not as rigged. That's right. Nightbot giveth and Nightbot taketh. It's crazy. Guy in purple. Okay, perfect. Love that. Off it goes. All right, let's roll that again. Let's roll again. Here we go. See, but then you get stuff like this. Good stuff alt rock with the win again. Right? Right? So rigged. It's so rigged. B-Task again? Dude, B-Task. Let's go. Oh my goodness. $70 more to the Wounded Warrior Project. Let's go. I guess, dude, I guess we'll need to do, anytime we get donations to the Wounded Warrior Project, we're going to have to roll it again. Deferred last time, but you'd love a skin. All right. Well, for you, we shall send one on its way. Here we go. Adia, Rose Davenport, I assume. B-Task is the absolute legend. Dude, and Rook with the mustache celebration. Let's go. Oh my god. You guys are out of control. Out of control. Okay, that's those 2 giveaways. Let's do another one, huh? Let's do another one here on Twitch and YouTube. Get both communities in there. For these guys, we're going to reset all these. All right, hashtag. It's going to be super easy. Hashtag B-Task in Twitch for this giveaway. The absolute legend. And then on YouTube for the giveaway there. Hashtag legend. Hashtag legend in the chat. Hashtag BTask on Twitch. Hashtag legend over on YouTube. We'll do some more giveaways. We'll do some more giveaways here. Hell yes. And let's talk a little bit about Anoikis. A little bit about JSpace, huh? You guys are here in the middle of our JSpace tutorial weekend. Because next weekend, we are going to be opening up the fleet to let everybody join us here in JSpace while we nomad through all of the C1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s, C13s, whatever we find. You guys are all welcome to join. Welcome to join the corporation, the alliance. Just join the fleet out here in JSpace. Will it be launching from Jeddah? I don't know yet. Rook. We may launch from Jeddah. We may do something there. So we're going to find out. What I can say is I've only got a few people who've decided they're going to be joining us. So if you want to join our Nomad fleet, what I need you to do is send the Boojum. That's this character right here. An in-game mail that says Praise Bob. Art Gravy, what is going on? Welcome. Huge shout out to Art Gravy as well. Art Gravy, you will be happy to see that we have started the Children of the Chain Alliance. It's happening. It's a real thing. The alliance has begun. The Children of the Chain Alliance has begun. Yes. Oh, yes. And the ticker we went with was Awake. Awake is the ticker for our Children of the Chain Alliance. Yeah, send me a mail. Send me an in-game mail for the Children of the Chain. We're calling them Wormhole Days. It's going to be on the 28th and the 29th of December, where we're going to be going out there and enjoying all of Anoikis together. It's going to be a lot of fun. The way this is going to work is if you send me that in-game mail that says Praise Bob, then a little bit prior to us going live here, I'm going to let you guys all know where the wormhole entrance is going to be out in K-Space. I'm going to try to find a nice high-sec static in between now and next weekend, and then you can all come and join us. Going to pretend you didn't hear that. Papa Gamer, I welcome you to come join. All the Wormhole PD, come on in, Wormhole PD. It'd be so much fun. Come join us. We can go on a little Wormhole PD roam and find those day trippers, those interlopers that come into J-Space and rob the relics of Anoikis, rob the relics of Bob, disrupt the sleepers at their sites to steal it and run it back into K-Space? No, I don't think so. Not on our watch. What chips? Small, scanny, fleet, boosty, frig killers? All of the above, Rook. All of the above. I would say that I will let you bring whatever ships you want, but I will caution you. You may die. Always, there's risk, right? If you bring a really big ship, it may be left behind if we go through a wormhole that only allows medium or smaller ships. But I will say, because we are flying the Tengu, everywhere that we go is going to be at least a medium-sized ship. Battle Ventures, amazing. Battle Ventures are amazing. In fact, tomorrow during our tutorial day as we continue on, we're going to be talking about fits and ships that you can enjoy in J-Space. And during our little fleet. Battle Ventures would be amazing. We saw one today. Tried to kill us. It was great. We escaped. Dude, continue with the follows still. Dread Slug, Warfest. What is going on? Thank you guys for the follows. Oh, man. Okay. I have a family to feed in K-Space. Just move to J-Space. Problem solved. Vigilantism is not encouraged by the WHPD. Pinged a clip to my YouTube and Twitch. Ooh, love that. I'll have to check that out. Our Twitch, you say? Nice. Let's see. What were we talking about, guys? What were we talking about when it came to our little tutorial here? I believe we had just jumped out into nullsec. That's right. And we had established that we were way off for identifying this wormhole. We were talking about nullsec connections. That's right. Oh, it's a section about this weekend. Oh, perfect. Thank you, DRB. Thank you. Hell yes. Wonderful clips. Love clips. Dude. Absolute legend. Absolute legend. So, let's, before we jump through this wormhole. Now, we know on the other side of this C2, there's a wonderful little corporation that doesn't have an alliance yet, called Orion. I love what they're up to. They're living a good wormhole life. They brought a venture into our wormhole to try and steal some gas. We attempted to kill the venture. They were paying attention and escaped. Love that. Already, I can tell we've got some savvy pilots. Then they brought the venture back. Now, I will say it was really obvious that it was bait, but gotta try, right? Almost got him. So we took the bait, tried to go and destroy that little venture, but we escaped before a Tengu and a, what was it? Was it a Praxis? Not a Praxis. It was a Proteus. A Proteus tried to kill us. And then they went back into their wormhole. So we're going to go check out them. We're going to check out those guys. Yes, Spicy. One alliance at a time, apparently, which is kind of too bad. But multiple corporations can join the alliance. Yes, that's right. So we can... Our goal is to get all the J-Space corporations under the one alliance. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be amazing. Okay. So before we jump in here, should we do our giveaway first? I think we should, yeah? Let's do our giveaways. And then we're going to jump into this C2 and say hello to our friends who are in there. See if we can't get them to join our alliance. But really what I want to do is show you guys an example of how to enter a wormhole from one to the other, how to do what we call forging the chain. So that's going to be entering the wormhole, bookmarking the wormhole, flying to a safe spot, creating a safe point, scanning the wormhole down, setting up perches if we can, and then eventually probably returning to this side of the wormhole. If we survive, we may die. Always a risk. That'll be the plan. That'll be the plan. By the way, before we do that, let's give a quick example as to how we set up a perch. So we've got a little gas perch here where our prospect is kind of just hanging out right now. Here's an example of how you can make a perch at a site that is somewhere here in Anoikis, right? Really, it's anywhere. I found this to be the most successful. Again, the goal for a perch is to be greater than 150 kilometers from the site you're going to so that you can pre-position ships at that perch and jump to the location to effect kills or tackle or hunt, do that kind of stuff, right? Or just watch something, see what's on grid, observe. We do a lot of that in J-Space. Which should be sweet. That's true, Rook. You can have an alpha account, a little alpha account that joins the corporation or the alliance. We've got the Boojum Corp and the Boojum Alliance. So we've got a perch here for this gas site, but let's say I wanted to make a perch for this token perimeter reservoir gas site. So, Control B to open up my bookmark menu. I'm going to call this one a token perch. Why not? I put an exclamation mark in there to I want it at the top of my little bookmark list here. Not going to hit submit yet, but we're going to wait. Now what we're going to do is we're going to jump to this token perimeter reservoir. I'm going to jump at 70 clicks to make sure I'm not hitting 0 because that's scary. And then I'm going to watch right here, right above my capacitor and all my modules. It'll say warping to, and it'll give me the distance remaining to the warp location. Once I see that it hits less than 10,000 kilometers, we're going to save the bookmark. And that should get us pretty close. Should get us pretty close to what we want. There are other ways to do this where you get very specific. So if I really wanted to like make sure I had this bookmark at 200 kilometers, I could jump to 0 on this gas site right here. Jump to a different... Sorry, I would jump to 100 kilometers on the gas site. Then make a bookmark. Jump away. Then I would jump to 100 on the 100 kilometer bookmark that I had previously made. Make another bookmark. Now I'm probably around 200 kilometers from the center of that gas site. Does that make sense? So I can make one bookmark that is less accurate with a single jump by looking down here at my distance above the capacitor. And once I hit less than around 10,000, but really I'm trying to, like, once I hit less than around 3,000 kilometers, I'm going to make that bookmark. That should get me relatively close. At least I will definitely be on grid, which is what I care about. Or I can do multiple jumps to get it to a very specific place. If I want to. Papa Gamer, gotta run for a while. Dirtbag. Papa Gamer, love you. I hope to see you out here in J-Space soon. I know you'll come back and join the Alliance. Of course, join the Alliance. Or maybe we'll just see you as we cross paths with old Wormhole PD here. All right, so let's try making this token perch. This is the way I like to do it. Because I like to do things quickly and just do one pass, move as fast as we can rather than take a whole ton of time, especially since we are leaving our wormholes. All right, so we're looking down here. We're at 100, 2,000. There we go. Make our save spot. So when we saw it said distance 2,000 kilometers, we made our save spot. Look at that. We're at 400 kilometers away. Not too bad. Couple of rats on this token site are here. Hello, little ones. No big deal. We'll go ahead and cloak up here to avoid these rats. But we're on grid. We're 400 kilometers away from the center point. Nailed it. Not too bad. Not too bad. Spicy, you are welcome to. Absolutely. All moving to J-Space tomorrow. If I want to try it, absolutely, Spicy. Actually, next weekend, Spicy. Next weekend, the 28th and the 29th is when we're going to be opening up our wormholes, all of J-Space, to have everyone come hang out. It'd be great. Okay. Anyway, that's how we make, big picture, how we're making a perch point. Now, if we want to make a safe point, the same principles apply. So we'll make a little safe spot. I like to save my safe spots to never expire. So I've got a bookmark I call tactical. I make sure they never expire. It's one of the ways I track which wormholes I've been in as well. And then what we're going to do is we're going to just jump to something else in the system, a celestial, the sun, another wormhole, whatever the case may be. And while we jump to that, we're making sure we're cloaked up. We're going to hit submit once the center of our little ship is like about halfway out there. It's sort of in the middle of nowhere here. I'll boom this up for you so you guys can see. So here is the safe spot that we just made. You can see it is nowhere near anything. Now, if we can, we would try to make this safe spot greater than 14.3 AU from anywhere else in the system that you could go, so that we are very likely to be off of D-scan for other ships if we needed to go and uncloak at our safe spot to use a mobile depot, repair, re-rig our ship, refit it, all that kind of stuff. That way it's less likely people can see us. In this case, not possible. The wormhole system is too small. There are some ways to potentially get to like deep safes where you are way far away from the center of the solar system, but those have to do with like entering an abyssal filament like right prior to downtime and like it like being timed perfectly and getting kicked out of abyss space and into Anoikis again. It's kind of a weird process and kind of a glitchy, and I don't know. I don't use that. Anyway. Bob saves your holes. Good ship name. That's a great ship name. A wonderful ship name. Anyway, that's how we make our little safe spot there. So we're going to do that when we go into this next wormhole here. We're going to show you the process of how we quickly scan down the wormhole we just came through. Get our probes out. Get a safe spot going. Bookmark our wormhole entrance to know where we're coming from. All that is going to be important for forging the chain here. And also make a perch here that I'm going to call the C2 perch. So we're good to go here. Okay. Let's see. Before that, though, let's do our giveaways. Let's do our giveaways, and then we're going to jump into some mapping tools, and we'll show you how to forge this thing out. So let's do our giveaways, right? You guys have been waiting long enough. Definitely has to be public bookmarks for COTC. Oh, for sure, Hoot. We are going to be making public bookmarks for the Children of the Chain Alliance. 100%. In fact, I'll probably, if I can, I'm just going to make the public bookmarks be with the Boojum Corporation ones. And add those to the Alliance shared locations, which should be perfect. Should be perfect. JD Rowdy, what is going on? Absolutely. Wounded Warrior Project is amazing. Absolutely amazing. In fact, we're doing some giveaways right now because we have got a $170, $171, more than that actually, because Rick donated as well. Almost $200 donated to the Wounded Warrior Project today, which is amazing. And thank you for the follow. Oh my goodness. So, last call for our giveaways here on Twitch and on YouTube. Hashtag BTASK, BTASQ in Twitch, and then hashtag legend on YouTube. Hashtag legend on YouTube. Let's go ahead and roll this thing. Nosy, love it. My goodness, we're running out of time as well. We are running out of time. We may not be able to actually chain down the next area because we have to save some. We have to save some tutorial for tomorrow. We're gonna be doing tomorrow all day. We're gonna be doing wormhole tutorial, survival tutorial as well. Hashtag don't panic. Dude, Zypher, thank you for the follow as well. Welcome, dude. Look at how many new follows did we get? Lower Mirth with a legendary raid. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. So many follows. And even before that. Oh my god. What are we at? We're almost at 1,700 followers. Dude. That's unreal. That's crazy. Do you guys know how many followers we had when we started streaming EVE Online in April? I was looking at my year review for Twitch. In April of this year, we had less than 100 followers. How insane is that? Absolutely crazy. Absolutely insane. My God. You guys are awesome. Okay. Let's roll this thing. Let's roll it. Dude, the EVE community is the best, Glitched. Absolutely the best. Even better than J-Space. Will Jonesy with the win on Twitch. My God. That's crazy. Unbelievable. You've been here from the beginning of the stream, right, Will? I think you won earlier too. Holy hell. All right, let's throw one of these wonderful giveaway containers. The Heronius 3. We'll give you that guy. Fucking Rook with the giveaway containers are amazing. So awesome. All right, we'll give one of these away. Nailed it. Kids like them. They appear to. I think kids love the giveaway containers. That's right. That's right. Love containers. Hell yes. Can reuse them for all sorts of stuff. It's amazing. Is it random? I mean, Rook made a bunch of these like awesome holiday giveaway random containers. They're not totally random. There's like little plex in them and ships with armor and skins and drugs and yeah, exactly. It's hilarious. Absolutely awesome. All right, let's jump over to the YouTube. To the YouTubes. Hashtag legend in YouTube. We're gonna do another giveaway there. Here we go. I have to check my settings. You guys keep on winning. Ani again with the win. It's amazing. My God. I mean, that's crazy. The settings are random. It is completely random. There's no difference in, yep, everybody's just got the same odds. That's crazy. So crazy. Wow. Is it my turn for the YouTuber in? Yabo, what's going on? Yes, that's right. Random TM, yeah. As random as wormholes. Well, Ani, I mean, your in-game name was, if I remember, I think I got it. Lemont, it had the name Lemont in it, right? Or is it? Oh no, it was Key Zeus. Damn it, I'm terrible. Nailed it. Okay, send that on its way. That day you won 3 times a slate. Well, yeah, I mean, but it's not surprising, right? Because we've got so few viewers on YouTube. It's easy to get a bunch of wins in there. You know, on like some of those days with like 5 people. Your odds are great. Poll of 10 yields big wins. That's right. Yeah, exactly. All right, well, those are our giveaways. So let's give a really quick intro into jumping into forging this chain. Double help Booj. Dude, thank you guys, Yabo. Thank you. Yeah, if you guys didn't know, we've got a YouTube channel as well. We're just over 500 subscribers now, which is a huge deal for us. We've been making YouTube content for just over a year now. Our goal is to get to 500 subscribers and 3,000 watch hours. We have less than 1,000 watch hours to go. Going into this month of December, I thought that it would take me a year to achieve that goal, which, by the way, if we can get to 500 subs and 3,000 watch hours, that's like the minimum requirement to like be monetized on YouTube. I think we could maybe do it by January, by like the new year, which would be crazy. So I know that there's a lot of you out there that just have like my YouTube videos just up and running like all day long, because I'm watching those numbers go up at a crazy rate. It's been awesome. It's been unbelievably awesome. And we've got some really fun stuff planned for YouTube. We've got build guides on there. We also have some live action stuff that I'm going to be working on. Hopefully one of those releases today. If you are wondering about the Book of Bob and the God of Anoikos, we've got an audio Book of Bob that we made, which isn't disturbing at all. You should go listen to it, but don't do it while you're trying to go to sleep. You may not have good dreams. Just saying. Anyway, if you guys would like to make suggestions for the YouTube channel, please do. Completely open to YouTube channel suggestions. We're trying to figure out how YouTube works. YouTube is confusing. It's very confusing for us. But we'll see how it goes. Keep being awesome. We will keep growing. Praise Bob. Praise Bob. Praise Bob. Dude, thanks you, J Rowdy, for the follow. Hell yes. And the lurk. Yes. Yes. Love that. Oh, man. Okay, I'm going to snooze this ad really quick so we can avoid it. And now we're going to continue our tutorial. So how are we doing? Talked about the UI and the HUD. The way of the probe. D-scanning. We're in the middle of forging the chain. We've talked about bookmarks. We haven't talked about polarization yet. We will. We will in a moment. We've talked about seeing through the looking glass and how to identify wormholes. Yes, yes. So let's go through a wormhole and demonstrate kind of our process as we go into a new wormhole. So you can see here, we've got this C2. Let's go ahead and jump straight to it with our little Astero here. Go take a look at what's going on in this C2. Make some friends. Explore the chain. As you can see, you always uncloak as you hit the wormhole. I clicked on the wormhole from my overview and clicked on jump. So I warped to it and then jumped through it at the same time. If you fly to a wormhole from a bookmark, you need to warp to 0 on that bookmark, select the wormhole from your overview, and then spam jump as you hit grid to make sure you jump through, because you will decloak. But it is the safest way to do it. All right, we descanned. There's nothing here. We're going to save this as uptick C3 to let us know that, hey, this wormhole is a C3, and it's the one that we just came out of. We're now going to hit Control B. We're going to make a safe spot to be ready for our safe. That's ready to go. Remember, we have 1 minute until we decloak here. We got 13 seconds before we're decloaked. We're chilling. Pick a spot to jump to. We're going to warp to 70 on that. We're going to kick our probes out. I'm going to click center current formation on your ship. We're going to cloak our ship while we are jumping. We're going to submit our bookmark to make our save point. And now, in one fell swoop, we have scanned down the site we just jumped from. We bookmarked it. We have jumped to a safe location. And we're continuing to descan. So, hey, there's that venture. Duffy. What's up, Duffy? They are almost certainly tethered on one of these Anthenors or Astrohausers or something like that. That's what I would expect. And now we're safe. So that was a lot, right? That was a lot. You can do that in multiple steps, but you must descan when you come through a wormhole. You must bookmark the wormhole. So important. It's really not. If you have probes, you'll probably be fine. And remember, too, if you're nomading through J-Space like we do, when a wormhole closes behind you, that's okay. You're home. You're still home. No big deal. Lurkin doing some work. Grand Easy. Welcome. Yes, Lost. We're going to make some friends here. Go say hello to that venture that was there. Oh, they docked up. They're scared. They probably saw us on descan for a half a second before we got cloaked up. And they can see our probes out as well, right? Now, if I'm trying to be, like, covert and sneaky, because I think there might be people there, like, if I knew that, like, we knew that there were people in here, right? If I was going to be covert and sneaky, then what I would not do is deploy my probes at the very beginning. I would have cloaked up immediately, made a safe spot, and then I would have, while cloaked with my covert ops cloaking device, jumped around to look and see what's going on in the wormhole before I decided to commit to revealing my location, revealing my presence, rather, with scanner probes. You know that wormhole? You know who lives here, Brockzilla? No way. Go on. Is it you? Is it people that you know? 134006, J134006. I think I've actually encountered these individuals before. I seem to remember that they were kind of cool. I may have killed them, or they may have killed me at some point. Anyway, now that we're here, we've made our safe spot. We've scanned some stuff down. We actually just barely missed this. Normally it scans us to perfect, because usually I leave my probes at 0.25 AU. So when they deploy at 0.25 AU instead of 4. And then we can scan down this site immediately. Anyway, to do that a little bit slower, you can come through the wormhole, bookmark it, go make your safe spot, then deploy your probes, and then scan down the rest of the wormhole from your nice safe location. Okay, let's get this wormhole here that we also happen to scan down a little bit. We'll go with a 1 AU scan on this case. Now, what I like to do with my Covert Ops cloaking device ships is as I scan wormholes down, I warp to them at 70 clicks and take a look and see what they are. And then I continue scanning down the rest of these sites. So remember, over here, we're going to go and do an 8 AU scan at the Celestial to make it easier to find this guy. It looks to be within 4. Okay. All right. Now, while that's scanning and we're on grid with this wormhole, let's take a look at it. Aha. So remember these kind of blue wispies around the outside? These are how you recognize the size of ship that can go through here. So these blue wispies are going to be, I think, medium ships here. Now, looking at the iris of this wormhole, I know it's a wormhole that goes to a C1 class wormhole. This is a C1 wormhole. Medium, exactly. The green teal ones are medium. The blue ones look amazing. They're small. So this is a C1 wormhole. Now remember, if you don't know or haven't got practice on identifying wormholes just by looking at them, once you go through the wormhole, you can easily identify that by just going to your system name, show info, and the region alphanumeric, or the alpha, the letter of the region tells you what class wormhole you're in. So A is for C1, B is for C2. So we are in a C2 wormhole, right? We knew that. In this case, this one's a C1. Jor, welcome. Thank you for the follow, dude. And we got some new subscribers, too, on YouTube. Let's go. Manny and Joshua. Thank you guys for the subscriptions on YouTube. Didn't shout you guys out a few minutes ago when you did that. Amazing. Wispies are also good for time left on the wormhole. Not really glitched. Not to my knowledge, anyway. I don't believe the wispies are going to really tell you how much time is left. It's more the wobbliness, which you can kind of see it in the wispies a little bit, but the more wobbly the wormhole, the less time there is remaining. So this one's very stable. I'm going to bookmark this guy, save location C1, and then my technique is I name these off of the ID. So this is a C1 JZS. Save that. Yeah, they do. I think the wispies maybe do move erratically if it's EOL, but really I look at the center and see how wobbly the center is. X updated. Ooh. Let's go, DRB. I'm trying to get better at X, at Twitter, as you know, DRB. Sometimes they also wobble when the animation. That's true. Sometimes there's false wobbles. I generally am going to back myself up by looking at the information. So this one is a fresh wormhole. Probably won't last another day, so it's fresh, right? Medium-sized ships can go through here, and we know that goes to a C1. Okay. Now then, this is a relic site. We'll scan this guy down really quick. Not planning on using it, but we'll still scan it down really fast. And see what other wormholes there are. Now, if we wanted to go through this wormhole as part of our chain, we could do that. We just continue to follow the same process, right? Which in this case, because I know there's a lot of activity in this wormhole, I would probably move on to the ones that are through here rather than stay in this site. And there's like not a lot going on in here. We got a relic site. There might be probably not a gas site because that Venture's probably mined it all out. Could be some other stuff going on here. We're going to make some friends here if we can too in a second. Say hello. Talk in local in JSpace. God forbid. I think it surprises everybody when people talk in local in JSpace. It's like shocking to them. There are times where if I lose a fight in JSpace, I always throw in local good fight. Always, always, always. If I don't get the good fight out in local before I die, then I make sure I message them and let them know that I had a lot of fun. But I think people are sometimes very surprised by the good fights in local, too. They're like, whoa, you talked on local? Oh, my God. I'm like, well, yeah, I'm also dead. Somebody else has got their sister core scanner probes out. So somebody else is active in the wormhole, too. Ooh, another wormhole. Let's warp to it and see what it is. So we've seen C1s. We've seen C2s. We saw a C3 just for a second. Now it's time to see what else we have here. Maybe, ooh, another wormhole even. Yes. Nice. We can take a look at a couple of different types of wormholes. So while that's going on, let's take a look at this wormhole here, and then we're going to look at some of the third-party tools we can use. So check this out. So I don't know if this is a low sec or a high sec or even a null sec wormhole. I suspect this is very likely a high sec wormhole that leads very close to Jita. This is Caldari space. You can see Galente space there. You can see Minmatar space over there. It could be a low sec. This could be a low sec hole. It's kind of south of Jita a little ways. Let's take a look. Look at the information. High sec. A high sec hole. Yep. Classic. High sec wormhole. Plenty of time left on this. Large ships can go through this. You can see there's like really super gray. Like almost like translucent, these wispies. So large ships can go through this. Let's go ahead and save this as a high sec WQZ wormhole. Okay. And then this guy, let's jump to this wormhole that we didn't get a chance to look at yet while we finish scanning down this very last data site that's here. Difficulty is that level 1. Easy day. Easy day. Ooh, and I need to run some ads really quick. We'll be right back, everybody. Ah! Lame. I fucking hate ads. God. All right, well, for those of you who are still here, what's going on? Don't tell anybody that we kept on streaming for a little bit. Shh. Quiet down. It'll be fine. No one will suspect. We're not going to do much here. Just going to double check what kind of stuff we got on this wormhole here. All right, a C4. So we'll show everybody that when they get back. It'll be great. Oh, by the way, Caldari Prime. By the way, I saw the news feed of the FanFest skins, and oh, it looks so good. The FanFest skins look so good. I'm so excited. So excited. Oh, my God. Woo. I can't wait. I can't wait. A Highsicle. Yes, Caldari. That's right, a Highsicle. Don't panic. You have your towel, right? That's right. Always make sure you have your towel. All right, so when everybody gets back from break, we're going to show them this C4 wormhole here, and then we're going to show our Pathfinder, which, to be fair, gives us a bit of trouble. Pathfinder can be a little bit tricky. Dude, StreamDRB, awesome job on Twitter. I need to get better at the Twitters. Hell yes. Ooh, and they got the channel there too. You guys are so awesome. So amazing. Have a bunch of crashing issues with Pathfinder. Been working on debugging it. Might have to build something better one day. Yeah. There is so much more to explain. You're so right. There is so much more to explain. This video guide I'm going to be making on YouTube for like the Wormhole Survival Guide, or like the Hitchhiker's Guide to Wormhole Space, if you will, is it's going to be a long video, I think. It's going to be a monster. We're going to have to make a lot of bookmarks. Bookmarks. Chapters. Nailed it. Oh, man. Oh, well, hello. Welcome back, everyone. Look, someone is coming through this wormhole here. A Stratios. Member of University of Khalil, UC. I love it when you just happen to be staring at a wormhole and somebody jumps on through. So cool. Let's get our little proby probes back in here. An NPC Corp. Yeah. 5 years and 10 months they've been in the NPC Corp. Oh my god. Tomac in the Stratios. Well, her name is, Tomac Tivani in their little Stratios. They are, that would be a fun kill for our Tengu. That'd be a really fun kill for our Tengu. We'll see what they get up to here. In that light, we're gonna save these. Locations here, just in case. We had our probes out though, so they probably know we're here and are being quite cautious, unfortunately. Okay, so welcome back, everybody. Sorry about that. We had to jump those ads really quick like that. Very unprofessional. Welcome back. We finished scanning down the last wormhole in this system that we saw, and it happens to be, lo and behold, a little C4 here. A wonderful C4. There's the Stratios. I wonder what they're uncloaking at. They may be uncloaking on the C2. Let's go jump over there. See if they show up in our C2. There's a high sec, our C2, and that C4. So they could be exploring a chain themselves. Stratios, great exploration ship. Let's see, they're uncloaked. Are they on the data site? No way. Is that... That might be bait. Stand by, everybody. We're going to go see if we can hit this data site. Central Blood Raider 1. This might be bait. It might be bait, right? They're in a different corporation. They could... I know there's people in this system that could undock here. We'll give it a shot. Caroline, what's going on? Hello. We're about to try and pounce on a Stratios. Could be bait. We could die here soon. It also might not be. It came from that C4, which is interesting. I'm thinking it's bait. We'll see. We might be able to kill it quickly. We've got our rage missiles already ready to rock and roll. All right, jump straight to the bookmark. Not gonna cloak up because it's too late already anyways. And we just want to hit grid with this guy. I should have gone and scouted. Interesting. We are gonna cloak up. They're not on that site. Central Blood Raider. Oh, we hit the wrong one. Okay, that's why. Did you see that other guy on grid? It is fate. So what we should have done in this case is made sure we jumped to this guy. So, like, warp to 70 with our Astero to keep an eye on it, right? Just to see, like, what's up rather than jump straight there. Like I said, that's the nice thing about J-Space is, like, there's no hurry. Right? We can just kind of chill, stay cloaked, look and see what's going on. Like, there's a Stratios here. We saw somebody else uncloak here. There's another cruiser here somewhere. So this is 100% bait. They brought in somebody that is not associated with the corporation. Or what we could witness here, which would be amazing. I would love it if that's what happened. What we could also be witnessing is somebody else in the system hunting the Stratios and us hunting the Stratios. I've seen that happen a couple of times. In fact, we got a Stratios killed the other day that was very similar to this. It was amazing. Let's just get back Let's get you out there. So yeah, what we should have done is jumped our Astero here just to make sure the Stratios was kind of doing what we wanted. And then jumped our Tengu over to this location. But yeah, this is almost certainly bait. So we're just going to watch him and hang on out. Never not take the bait. That's right. That's right. Remember when we connected to you? Oh yeah, we wandered into your wormhole, Carolina, and we went and got that kill with that Loki. That was amazing. That was amazing. We didn't look like we were together, but we were. That's true. That's true. Third party is the best party. Dude, I'd love to kill the Stratios too. They're so much fun to fight. They go down really, really fast too, typically. Oh man, the Stratios kill we got the other day was amazing. It was so good. But when you're hunting in wormhole space, the important thing is that you choose to pounce when the time is right. So hunting in Anoikis is all about patience. It is 100% about being patient, right? Like, if this is actually not bait, there's another data site here that they may choose to go to. If it's actually not bait, that other cruiser is almost certainly going to try and attack this ship. And if they do, we'll pounce on it. If they don't, they're together. So with a little bit of patience, we can wait. And there's like no rush, you know what I mean? I'm going to find more Stratiosi. I'm going to find more cruisers out there that we can go and fight and do good work with. Make the Explorer do all the hard work. That's right. That's right. So just chill. There's no rush, right? We were moving quickly for a second there, but we got a little bit of information that made it smell off. So let's just chill. Aha, look. A Tengu. Let's see. Are they fighting each other? It would appear they are. Wonderful. I love that. Let's immediately start moving towards the Tengu and see if we can get this guy in. Oh, the Tengu's off. Quick move towards the Stratios. Stratios got some decent tank going, it looks like. Proteus are here. Ooh, maybe it's the double bait. Nice. Love that. Love that. Let's get our webs on this guy. And get some damage on them too, please. Some overheat going. Let's overheat our AB. Let's pick something that we can align to if we can. We'll just align to the sun. And who else is warp disrupting us? This little guy is. Web you. Let's get that off. Swap targets here. We're definitely going to die. 100%. Well played. Yeah, see, always bait. Great bait. See if we can warp the pod out. Go, little guy, go! Good fight. Good fight. Yes! Ah, that was so good. That was so good. Dude. Amazing. I really want to know if the Tomac... Oh, the Tomac was. Dude. Well played. Well played. Using the Tomac. Using the Tomac. Dude. I love that. I love that. That was spectacular. So they attacked their own ship. Attacked their own ship to make us think that we could get the third party in. That was exciting. That was exciting. Probably should have realized that when that guy like didn't jump out of there, but Tengu was a local. Proteus is not local. Think so? The HMS, the 2 Proteus. There's a lot of Proteus. It's pretty spectacular though. Pretty spectacular. Fun times. Ah, that was such a good fight. I liked that one. Could not get away. Too many T3Cs. Anyway, fun stuff for the tutorial, right? I have to keep that in there. That's going to be a great clip. All right, well, that was exciting. So, what did we learn? What did we learn? Let's see. Hold on, I gotta ask these guys some questions. Did you guys attack your own ship? If so, I love that. I love it. I love it. Oh, man. Spectacular. Spectacular. Well, let's see. What do you guys think? No, the Tengu lives in that C2? Yep. Stratos is bait for those Proteus. Looking at his Z kill. They do not live there. Think so? You think that the Stratios was bait, I think, right? Was bait for the Proteus. Tengu saw D-scan and warped off. That's true. That's true. Aha. So the Tengu lives in the C2. Then who are all the Protei that were there, huh? I wonder. Stratos is buffer with ECM burst jammer. Ah. Oh, damn it. I left the local. Oh, well. Oh, we got our insurance paid out. Love that. Let's see. Let's take a look at the kill report so we can say hello to everybody. Then we'll have to get our capsule out of here. Proteus and the Strat probably came to try and bait out the Tengu who lived there. Threw them off all their plans of getting involved. Right? So let's see. Who do we have here? We had Jude, Collapse Trap. Ah, these are a different group. We're just a nice little group roaming through J space together. That's fun. Okay. I kind of want to go back and talk to him on with this ship, but that would be silly. Let's say hello, though. Let's see. Start conversation. Jude. Let's take a look at their... Let's see. Was the Tengu with you guys? Sorry, not the Tengu. Was the Stratios. And then we got Paul Webster and Angels Davis. Collapse Trap. Are these guys in an alliance? No. Ooh, more potential alliance members. Yeah, Z-Kill sleuthing is super, super handy. These guys were unexpected. Normally, we do the same thing. Z-Kill sleuth a little bit, get some background checks. So Orion Security Systems were the guys that we were looking at before. We probably should have done some good background checks on the Stratios, though. But it looked like so much fun to try and jump in for a third party. You know what I mean? We couldn't say no to that. Could not say no. Collapse Trap is a large Wormhole corporation. PvPers. Ooh, nice. Oh, Zythe used to live in the C2. That's awesome. That's awesome. Ah, the Strat was with them. Okay. Not the Tengu, not the other Tengu. That makes sense. That makes sense. Totally worth it. Totally worth it, right? Well, I mean, that's good lesson learned. Good lesson learned that they had that trap well set, I think. Because we're going to have to go look at the footage back. But I know we saw another cruiser on D-scan as we entered. I thought it was the other Tengu, which was the Tengu from that C2. So I was thinking that the local Tengu in the C2 was hunting the Stratios, and we could bounce on the Tengu in the C2, that they could potentially undock and get ready to go, and we'd have time to jump away. Classic. Oh, they thought the Tengus were together. They got confused by the other Tengu. That's amazing. I would have 100% taken that Orion Tengu knowing what was coming. Oh, really? I mean, it was pretty fun, right? That Tengu was so low on health, too. Man, if we had been a little bit better positioned. Yeah, we definitely scared off the other Tengu. If we'd been a little bit better positioned, we might have been able to get him. You guys were a surprise. That was fun. Oh, man. This is one of the things I love about nomading through J-Space too, is you meet such cool people. You know what I mean? Oh, man. Great fun. Anyway, that's how it goes in J-Space when you're hunting. That's how it goes. The hunter and the hunted. And right when you think you're the hunter, suddenly you're the hunted again. I think that might be one of the best examples of J-Space PvP that I've seen. You know what I mean? Like solo PvP, where it's like, all right, what's going on here? There's a Stratios. That looks like bait. Totally is bait. Oh, but wait. Maybe it's not bait. Maybe that Stratios is actually just out here getting relic sites. Oh, wait. Nope. It's definitely bait. I saw something on D-Scan. Oh, wait. The Tengu's attacking the Stratios? Oh, wait. We can attack them both? Yes. Oh, we're dead. Ah! Oh, man. Oh, man. So much fun. So much fun. I kind of want to go fly back there and say hello. Dude, that was so much fun. I think I'll send, let's see. I wonder how long they were there. Anyone use ship scanning while roaming? I mean, I do all the time. The combat example video itself, yeah, that's right, Glitch. It sure is. Let's see. Let's get our capsule. Let's get our capsule to that high sec hole if we can. We'll see. They might bubble this. Probably not. It didn't look like they were bubblers at all. So let's get our capsule to that high sec hole, and we'll just get out into high sec, and then we'll have to go grab ourselves a new Tengu. The nice thing about J-Space is you very quickly earn yourself enough money to replace ships, which is nice. And we've earned ourselves another Tengu several times over. So we're going to go grab one. Let's go grab a new one. But that'll be a video for tomorrow. We're going to have to go and reship, find our way back into J-Space. Maybe that's how we start tomorrow's video. What do you guys think? Maybe we start tomorrow's video talking about how do you like rejoin on ships. Ooh, somebody's rolling a wormhole. Hopefully it's not the high sec. We'll try to get this high sec really fast. Oh, it's probably the C4. Yeah, that Stratios coming out of the C4, that also should have keyed us in. Perfect reason to talk about fits and stuff. Yeah, it's a great idea. Yeah, that Stratios coming through the C4, that should have keyed us in as well. The C4 Wormhole corporations are very experienced, very good PvPers. Beware of people who live in C4 wormholes. Beware, beware, beware. Well, this will put us pretty close to Jita, I'm pretty sure, anyway. Let's ask them if they want to join the alliance. Praise Bob. Let's see. Where are we here? How far from Jita are we? Very close. 9 jumps. Nailed it. Nailed it. Praise Bob. Praise Bob. All right, so I think that on that exciting note, on that very exciting note, I think that's where we're going to end our little tutorial for today. Actually, let's go over a quick recap, a quick lesson learned, right? We've kind of been talking. The adrenaline is now wearing off. We've got a nice leisurely ride back to, we're going through Udema. Yeah, we're going through Udema, so we got to be a little careful there, but a nice leisurely ride through high sec, terrifying high sec, to get back to buy a new ship that we can get out there tomorrow, which we'll talk about how do we rejoin our Nomad group tomorrow, right? So let's go over a lesson learned. What happened? So, mistake number 1, I would say, is that we didn't run a full background check on the Stratios. We brought up their history a little bit to see if they were in a corporation. So we did like a very cursory background check, but we didn't do a full background check. We should have gone to Zkill and made sure that pilot was in no way associated with any Wormhole corporations on Zkill, right? That was mistake number 1. Something that should have keyed us into that is the fact that Stratios came out of a C4. C4s are renowned for very good PvP corporations. People live in C4s and C5s primarily when they are some of the best Wormhole corps, some of the best Wormholers, right? Especially the C5s. That should have given us a little bit of a warning. Finally, when we see a third party or two ships are fighting each other, it is typically much more advantageous, I would say, to kill the winner, right? Pounce, get in position, pounce on the winner right as they secure their kill. Like, wait and see what happens. It actually occurred to me as I was uncloaking that potentially that Stratios and the Tengu were on the same side and were actually fake fighting each other to try and bait me out. Which, had that been true, that would have been the best bait I have ever seen in my entire life. It wasn't true. This was just a comedy of, or a amalgamation of wonderful, wonderful events occurring. So, wait a little bit even while you're watching a fight happen. After that, mid-combat, is there anything that we could have done sooner? Once we had committed to the fight, like we could have warped off as soon as we saw the Tengu warp off. We warp off as well. I thought about that. Always go for the one that attacked. That's true. We did that. We did that, Dion. I think we did a good job at that. We went for the Tengu. They warped off. They were quick. And then we swapped the Stratios. We probably should have just warped off ourselves. But I thought we could maybe get the Stratios. During the fight itself, what could we have done better? I think we were being warp disrupted, not scrammed. So no ability for us to jump out of range. I don't think there's a lot we could have done once we committed to the fight, though. Going up against 3 Proteus, I think we would have killed the first one. If it was a 1-on-1, we would have won for sure, I think, against that first Proteus. But the other one's probably not much. I consumed more boosters, that's right. I could have burned out my shield booster, I suppose. We almost burned. I think we did burn out. Get these guys in the lines. Oh, man. Let's see. See if we can get those guys to join in. I love wormholers. They're always so cool. You know what I mean? They say they want to stay small. Maybe we can get them to join the alliance. We'll try. We'll try. Do we carry pace? Absolutely. Absolutely carry pace. Always. So we can burn things out. ECM drones, we didn't have any ECM drones fitted, so we couldn't use that. And also our Tengu doesn't have any drone capacity, unfortunately. Constantly check D-scan, watch out for other ships and leave when they do. Yep. I think you're right, Brock. I think you're 100% right. I think there was a very narrow window where as soon as we saw the Proteus, we could have potentially warped off, and we were too slow. I think you're right. I think we got to increase our cross-check, keep on D-scanning mid-fight as much as possible, and just be ready to warp off as quick as we can. I think that is probably where we may have been able to salvage it. There might have been a narrow window where we could have done that. But those Proteuses, man, they were on grid pretty fast. I'm pretty impressed. They knew what's up. They were on grid pretty fast. That was fun. That was a fun fight. Okay, well, as we make our way humbly back to Jita, I think this is where we're going to end our stream for today. We're going to go get ourselves a new ship that we can take back out into J-Space. Tomorrow, we're going to be going live, planning on 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Time here on Twitch and on YouTube. We'll be doing some more giveaways. We'll be carrying on with our survival guide to J-Space. Probably will be more examples of how not to survive here in J-Space. I'm really glad that happened live on stream. And we can make a video about that because sometimes I miss a lot of those cool fights and don't get them recorded. But that was a fun one. Would I have done anything differently in hindsight? No, absolutely not. I'm very happy with the choices that I made because we learned a lot from it. You know what I mean? That's how you learn. Like, I had never seen that. That is the coolest fight I think I've seen in J-Space so far. Aside from the previous Stratios kill I had, which I didn't get on. I didn't get that Stratios kill on camera, unfortunately. But it's always bait. Always take the bait in J-Space. That's exactly right, Blitz. That's right. It's so much fun. So much fun. You know, we could have watched It would have been fun to watch those Tengus show up. But the lesson learned here, I think, if I have to bring this down to one key learning point, one key point, one takeaway: patience. We must be patient in J-Space. When you think you know everything, just wait a few seconds longer. The worst thing that happens is you get to watch somebody else kill another ship and don't die yourself. But really, take the bait. That was so much fun. Praise Bob. Praise Bob. I need to remind them to make sure they destroy my corpse at the sun. Praise Bob. Man, that was great. Oh, the other corpses too. That's what we should have done. We should have... patience and background checking. That's right, Glitch. Patience and background checking. That's right. Train patience to 5. Yes, Broxillo. That's right. Patience to 5. Exactly right. We lost 2 corpses that we didn't burn at the sun. We didn't make a sacrifice to Bob. That's where we really messed up. We should have made a sacrifice to Bob. All right. We're going to raid out everybody. The next time you undock, remember, just focus. You're better than them. Fly dangerous, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow as we continue our tutorial. We're going to raid out, so make sure you stick around for that. Drop all the emotes in the chat when we get to our raid target there. It's going to be a lot of fun. Don't inject skill points for those. It'll be subtracted from the patient skill. That's right. That's right. All right. We'll see you guys. Fly dangerous. Fly dangerous, everyone. Jump as soon as you hit grid. Last jump for the scouting party. Then we got to scout the wormhole. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Welcome. Whoa. Let's go! Yeah! Hold. Hold. All right, here's the plan. We're going to try to burn out of this thing as fast as we can. Come on! Yes! Oh! We made it, everybody. We made it. Oh, shit! Let's go! Ha ha ha! Perfect. All right, and the DSC's on the way. We made it. Boojum. As soon as I hit grid, I'll let you know. You can work to me. Boojum. Boojum. Not an Boojum, but Boojum. That was fun. That was really fun.